How about that? The mic is working. Okay, there we go. We're on now. Let's cover this fight. Let's take a look at who won this UFC Road to UFC Asia uh first fight of the night right here. So let's take a look at who the winner is. Looks like Jong Ho Lee is the winner of this fight. All right. So welcome to UFC Saudi Arabia. I got to be honest with you. I'm quite excited for the fights that are in this card. Take a look at the co-main event and take a look at the main event. More importantly, obviously, not the original one that we had sort of anticipated with Kamzat, unfortunately. But Ikram Askarov is 15-1. Robert Whittaker is a longtime contender. This match helps in terms of really giving an opportunity to Ikram. Kind of really puts things in perspective, right? When you take the call when somebody gets injured, it really opens up an opportunity. Of course, a lot of people always complain about the fighter pay that is happening in the UFC. Sure, there's something that you can sort of draw from that and say, you know what, there is something going on there. The reality is, when you do take an opportunity, especially when somebody gets injured, that's where really all the big money comes from, especially with what's going on next week with Alex Pereira. You got to understand the type of money that they gave Alex Pereira for him to just go in there and fight at a short notice. Granted, against a guy that he had already beaten, so the risk factor of understanding what you're dealing with is there. While we're actually reacting to this Korean gentleman who just won Road to UFC right now, which is basically another offshoot of the Ultimate Fighter, another offshoot of, let's say, Dana White's Contender Series. It's basically a tunnel program for new talent to emerge. And that's what we're seeing right now. So, congrats to Lee right here, the South Korean who has won this competition. And yeah, let's see. So, what is this? Grasso and Shevchenko are coaching each other against the Ultimate Fighter. Okay. Now, the Ultimate Fighter, as I was saying, of how this is an offshoot of that, it really is just an old concept if you really want to think about it, right? Now, think about why the Ultimate Fighter was huge back in the days. First, let's take a look at the next fight that is coming up after this one. So, Long Zhao and Li Chang Ho just saw fought to a decision. The next one is going to be Magomed Gadzhiyasulov taking on Brenton Ribeiro at the light heavyweight division. Okay. So this is going to be interesting. An 8-0 light heavyweight, one of these other Dagestani fighters once again. So Brenton Ribeiro, that's going to be an interesting fight. So obviously, I don't know too much about this guy. So it looks like he's fighting out of Qatar, which is interesting in and of itself. Right? Looks like he's got a Qatari flag going on. Just like the way I believe Makayev trains in Bahrain and the way that the UAE has Kamzat Chimaev. And somewhere down the line, of course, the Saudis are probably going to sponsor one of these Dagestani fighters or one of their own, maybe Bilal Muhammad. How about that? Right? Especially Bilal Muhammad comes off of his win in UFC Manchester 303. So take a look at this. He did a little Anthony Pettis kick, this Magomed guy. Looks like he's a 6'5", 6'4" uh, light heavyweight. So it looks like they're really promoting this guy because they have no video package for Ribeiro whatsoever. So there you have it. They do see big promises in this kid. Now, here's the thing, right? This first fight, they always say that UFC is a home of the best fighting the best. Now, is that what we're getting? with this gentleman in his first fight against uh, Benson. It's like as if they really have high hopes for him in terms of knowing that he's going to run through this guy, and maybe he is. But if that's the case, is the UFC really the home of quote unquote the best fighting the best? We'll find out. Yeah, we forget Ian Gary and Michael Venom Page are in that fight card at UFC 303. So, sorry, I had to finish my coffee drink there for a second. But yeah, so he is from Bahrain. Okay, not Qatar. I don't know. It looked like a Qatari flag. But here we go. Now the real first UFC fight of the night. Obviously, that card for UFC's Road to UFC is nothing more than a finals competition, and here we are, the real first fight of the prelims. All right, so they're predicting that this could be a fight to the finish. Brenson Ribeiro Gorilla taking on Magomed, another one of these Magomeds. Oh, look at this, the Dustin Poirier uh, commercial with Bud Light. All right. The Energizer Bunny. That's been like one of those commercials that have been going on since like the 1980s, right? It keeps going and going and going as you've known in the 90s and so on and so forth. Take this part out because you're missing the card of Kang and what is that guy's name? Gafurov. Gafurov and Kang. Yeah, that's the next fight after this one, and then obviously it's Dalby. Dalby against Fakhretdinov, Lima against Naimov, and Nashra taking on Jared Gordon. All right, that's a great way to sort of end the prelims. And then you got Johnny Walker taking on Uzdemir. That's a good fight. And how about this second fight of his UFC career? Magomedov, the Ginger Magomedov, has a main card fight. And then next after that, how about this? A sleeper of a card. Gastelum versus Rodriguez. And then you have Pavlovich taking on Volkov, and then Whittaker and Aliskerov. My goodness, man. I'm telling you, you guys are missing out on a good fight. And then next week is going to be a great fight as well. Of course, I'm a little bit disappointed, obviously, because I sort of wanted Conor McGregor to be in the card and to obviously headline it, but that's not the case. So, all right, the event in a commercial break right back. What particular stream are you guys watching this from? Are you watching it from an ESPN, a Sky Sports, or what else is out there? Some countries out there have the zone as sort of their own network for the UFC, right? It's interesting, right? Because in the United States and maybe even in the UK, you never really think of the zone as a UFC network, but apparently it is in certain countries. So as we listen to the ambient sound of the event. Is in a commercial break, and we'll be right back. But this doesn't look like an ESPN stream, ESPN Plus stream. It looks like a regular ESPN stream. All right, here we go. I believe the two men are now in the cage. Magomed, Gadzhiyasulov, Brenson, Ribeiro, 6'2", 6'3", 205, 7.5, 75.5 reach versus 81. Wow, that's quite a huge reach for a 6'3" guy in Rebetson. Here we go. Welcome to the stream, guys. We are now in the 10th fight of the card. Well, second fight, really, but the number 10 fight of the card. So don't forget to tap in, like, and subscribe. And we're going to react to this fight live right now against Magomed versus Brenson Ribeiro. Brenson Ribeiro just got announced, and here's the UFC debut of Magomed. Gadzhiyasulov. Gadzhiyasulov. That's the best way to, yeah, the Kingdom of Bahrain that he's fighting out of. This guy's got some real flashy kicks. It's going to be really fascinating to see how he's going to use these techniques against Robertson right here. Watch out for those flashy kicks. This is what this guy is really known for. So here we go. All right, here we go. Round one. We go low kick by Ribeiro. Magomedov sort of with some low kicks of his own, switching stances, Terrence Crawford style. Another low kick by Ribeiro. Really not a lot of effect for Magomed, but then throws a harder one right there. So now they're just exchanging low kicks here. 4-13, 4-12, 4-11 of the first round if you are sinking in with us right now. Magomed versus Ribeiro. Round one. Another low kick. 4:02, 4:01. Less than 4 minutes now. Oh, what is this? So the referee is adjusting their position based on Magomedov grabbing the fence as Ribeiro is taking him down. It looks like a takedown that is counted on Ribeiro's part. Okay, so he goes for a body lock, takes him down from that position, now takes his back, is looking for a backpack position as Magomedov has what he is trying to attempt into a 2-on-1 position in the right arm of Ribeiro, where he's trying to use that right arm as a way to take him down and lock his other arm from a body lock position and controlling his back side. And now he's got Magomed against the fence, and Magomed is trying to get right back up. What Magomed needs to do right now is isolate one of the hands that is clasping between Ribeiro in order for him to get away from this body lock. Just like what DC is saying right now. He said you got to attack the hands and the fingers. And he's doing a great job at doing that right now. He's got a single leg tied on him by Ribeiro. Ribeiro's fighting it off, stuffing these. Okay, now they're back into the wizard clinch positions into the cage. An elbow by Ribeiro. And as Magomedov is using the wizard to try to turn him around, there it is, right there. That's what he was looking for. So now he is in a dominant position, towards the fence positions of the clinches right now that you are seeing at 207, 206, 205 of the first round. DC and Michael Bisping are arguing in the commentary booth saying, "Why are you whispering?" DC is saying it's because I don't want to give him uh, any information or try to referee the fight or try to interfere in the matchup. They're still in the clinch position right now. Magomedov is still in the dominant clinch positions as Ribeiro is trying to wrist control him from that dominant position of the standing clinch up into the fence. Ribeiro is trying to control the clinch by going 2-on-1 with one. Okay, so there it is. Now they both escape, and now they're back squared up. Okay, less than 1 minute now in the first round. $45 seconds. Oh, that low kick really hurt Magomedov there. Oh, another body kick attempt, but he grabs the leg and then goes for a takedown, gets it in the last 25 seconds of the first round. Transitions from a half guard position, or at least is attempting to, while Ribeiro has a wrist control position right now in the full guard position as Magomedov is still trying to advance in the half guard position. There it is. First round finished. All right. That is the first round between Magomedov and Robertson. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we cover all the fights or most of the fights that are going to be on this stream. And we're going to react to the commercial together. How about this? This is a Papa John's commercial. They got an eBay Motors commercial going on right now where you can basically buy eBay parts on eBay as what it looks like to be some kind of Fast and Furious thing going on. Now they're doing a commercial for flag football. How about that? Flag football. Okay, and they have a girls' league too. Looks like, all right. Flag football. Well, I suppose, right? You know, it's flag football is literally just a game of, I guess, running and tagging rather than real full contact situations. So I guess it's an interesting sport in its own right. So here we go. That leg really buckled Magomedov there. Boom. He really felt that as he was trying to respond with a jab. Really was just in a very limp position. So here we go. Second round. Magomed starts swinging away. 452, 450, 449. And Ribeiro looks like he was lifting his legs up from what it looks like he's trying to anticipate some kind of leg kicks coming his way as a way to check it. Now here comes Magomedov sort of switching his stances while also doing the same thing, lifting his knee up, which, by the way, when you lift your knee up while you're in a striking stance position, what you're really doing is anticipating to check the leg kicks, which is what both of them are really prevalent in doing right now. So what is this? Who's this? Adam Martin. He gave 10-9 to Ribeiro. Okay, so now there comes another leg kick to which Magomed sort of read it, took him down, and now he gets stuck in a guillotine position. He's in trouble. Is he going to tap from this position? This looks like a real tight guillotine, but he can actually get out of this if he just not only pushes away, yes, the legs that he has right there, and now he just transitioned on top of Ribeiro as a result of that, now he moves right into the half guard position, which is what he was trying to go for last round. Now back in a dominant position after a guillotine attempt on him. So he knew it wasn't that tight, and he knew a no chill MMA says, "Hey, what's up, Kyrie? What's up, MMA chill? Thank you for tapping in. Is Ikram going to beat Rob?" In my opinion, yes. I don't think he's going to finish him though. I think that he's going to beat him in a very close 5 round decision. I mentioned this yesterday in my live stream. I sort of gave a prediction on what I think is going to happen with Ikram and Whittaker, and I'll just say it right now as this fight is going on with Magomed and Ribeiro. So I think the wrestling exchanges are going to be a very hard fought battle between Robert Whittaker and Ikram. As a result of that, the striking is going to look a lot slower because of the grappling exchanges that both of them are going to put on each other. But I think that Aliskerov is going to have enough skills and enough wits and enough stamina to withstand the effects that Robert Whittaker can throw at him in the grappling exchanges and possibly come out as maybe the better striker as they continue grappling on from round 1, 2, 3, and all the way to the championship rounds. So that's sort of how I see the Ikram versus Rob fight. So once again, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering the historic event of UFC's first event in Saudi Arabia. Here we go. Now he's looking for an arm triangle from the half guard position. See, he's been in a half guard position from the very beginning of when he got out of that guillotine, right? And what I had noticed about this is that half guards are really underrated. A lot of people really want to transition into a side control or get a full mount. But man, people really underrate how much you can work from a half guard position, especially in MMA. Now, maybe not so much in, let's say, traditional grappling, but when it comes to MMA, the half guard, you can really do a lot. Now, I've been in a lot of jujitsu practices where I would keep a guy at half guard, but I can't really do nothing much with it because guess what? You can't punch, you can't elbow, and all you can really do is go for, let's say, a Kimura in that position, or maybe in your case, being on top of the half guard position, maybe defend against Kimuras that are coming your way. So now they're in a full guard position right now, and it looks like Magomedov may look to be content in working from this position. See right there, now he's dropping elbows, trying to posture up. And now we have about 13 seconds left into the second round. So don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, as we are covering the most historic fight in UFC's history, being that it's Saudi Arabia's first UFC card, right? And as we go on in the stream today, you stay with me. I'm going to talk about some of the reasons why Saudi Arabia is doing this from a political standpoint and whatnot. So not only will we talk about fights, we'll also talk about shout outs to Savachi Financial. Yeah, we'll also talk about world events that are sort of correlated into all this. Shout outs to Savachi Financial. He says Kai MMA Sakrametov. I like that name, yo. That is tight. Kai MMA Sakrametov. That's tight because you know what? I tell you what, I look like a Magomedov. I look like I have an OV at the end of my name because of the long beard that I got. Right? I rep SAC to the fullest, and Kai is my name. It's part of my name, and MMA is what I do and what I talk about. So it's fitting. Shout outs to Savachi Financial. He's a real homie in real life. So shout out to him and shout out to everyone that's tapping in. So right now we are heading into round number. What round is this? We are heading into the third and final round. Here we go. here we go. 1-2. Oh, it looks like and Ribeiro's really uh he's really conscious of that leg kick, right? So okay, here we go. Now Magomedov, it looks like his wrestling is now sort of showing here. See, in the early part of the fight, kind of got me worried there, right? It was like, wait, Ribeiro took him down, right? It's very unusual in today's day and age to see a Dagestani get taken down by a Brazilian. Savachi Financial says ye, the Saudi Israeli state. Haha. So, what do we got here? Okay, so now he's working into a side control position, right? What I was saying with the side control in the last round is that side controls are very underrated in MMA because of the fact that people don't understand you can throw straight punches from that position. You can wrist control them. You just can't do it in traditional grappling, keep them in a half guard position because you got to work. You got to work from that position. With a half guard, you could stay there, control them from up top, and then just rain punches. But now he's in an even more dominant position. He goes from a side control, and from what it looks like, the way that he's transitioning, okay, it looks like at first he was going to go into a north-south position, but now he's got the back of Ribeiro. Now, what is Magomedov planning to do here? Is he planning to just body lock control him, letting him up, maybe throw him from a suplex position or just drag him down, which is what he's doing right now? Or maybe he can go for a rear naked choke that sort of is open to him right now if he gets a body lock. So the body lock position that he could throw on towards Ribeiro right now. Okay, so he's not trying to do that. He seems just content in sort of control him. There it is. Ankle picked him right there from that position. Now he's back into side control once again. So looks like he's trying to throw some knees in his side control position right here. And Ribeiro doesn't seem very adamant in wanting to get up from this position. He seems content. And there it is. Magomedov throwing some shoulder strikes from that position right there. Okay, so now there it is. Now he's getting his back. Is he going to try to go for a rear naked choke? It's there. However, Ribeiro is doing a very good job of doing a 2-on-1, and now he's got wrist control on his other hand. I'm talking about Magomedov, and now he's raining punches on him from the back position as he sort of has a back half guard position on him. Okay, there it is. Now that's what he's looking for. Okay, I thought he was going to go for a rear naked choke there. It's sort of presented itself there. The referee sort of kicks the feet away of Magomedov in order to prevent him from gaining some sort of leverage advantage, pushing behind the fence. Yeah, Michael Bisping made a comment. He's got his toes in the cage. Okay, now he's back into the half guard position again. Again, very underrated position in MMA, guys. Is a half guard position, and he's doing a very good job in maintaining that right now. And the ground strikes he has definitely on the side of Magomedov right now, and still continuing on from this half guard position, and doesn't look like he really wants to transition out of here. Which again, this is the reason why I say that in regular grappling, you have to really transition away from the half guard position. You got to do something or get a Kimura lock or defend submissions from that position and just tire your opponent out while you ride points on him. But in MMA, very useful if they don't transition back on you, which is what Ribeiro just did right now on a full guard position, which is where they're at. Okay, so he kicks him off and oh, okay. Looks like he wanted to end it with a little bit of an acrobatic kick from up down position. on the part of Magomedov. So that is the end of the fight. 3-round decision for Magomedov. I believe that he did enough to win that fight. The ground strikes, the takedowns, and maybe even the leg kicks, you could sort of argue that was on Ribeiro's side. But overall, it was Magomedov's fight to begin with. So, guys, that right there concludes the second fight of the night, fight number 10. Next fight is going to be fight number 9 against Kang versus Gafurov at the 135 division. And after that, a 170 banger against Fakhretdinov versus Dalby. Excuse me if I mispronounce his name. But anyways, after that, it's Naimov versus Lima. And how about this? Facebook friend of mine, Jared Gordon versus Hashrat Nuzrat. I forgot how to pronounce his last name. Sorry about that. But yeah, like and subscribe as we are covering all these fights and also sort of covering the commercials that's on here too, because it's going to be an ABC card, by the way. An ESPN ABC card, you got to think what type of commercials are they going to have going on? We're going to react to that too. It's probably WrestleMania, Super Bowl worthy, right? With an event like this that is quite historic for Saudi Arabia's first UFC card on their quest to sports global dominance. Here we go. Majority decision. Magomed wins it, of course. There it is. There it is. Great job on the part of Magomed. All right, guys. So like and subscribe on to the next fight. One fight down, on to the next one. You know how that goes. And don't forget to tell all your friends to like and subscribe as well. By the way, I just want to let you know ahead of time, I'm not just going to cover the fights. I'm going to talk about a wide range of different things. So somewhere down the line, I'm probably going to have to look back at this stream and put some sort of timestamps just so I can put in perspective what exactly where we're at in terms of yeah, what we're talking about. So because I could picture a lot of this fight card having, how do I say this, long commercials and whatnot, right? They're going to have long commercials just based on the fact that it's a historic card. It's not a pay per view. So right now, obviously, they got this Bud Light commercial going on with Dustin Poirier and a whole bunch of different commercials that they're going to have right in between the fights. So what's going on in the rap world today, right? So yesterday, they had Kendrick Lamar uh, do an impromptu concert. Now, today, if you're in Compton today, right, in the Los Angeles area, you can actually go to Pyru Street, which is where Kendrick Lamar had grown up. By the way, the infamous Pyru Street, the same street that Suge Knight grew up in. And you can be part of the recording and the live streaming. I don't know about live streaming. I'm sure there's going to be people that are going to live stream, but there's going to be a recording for the song Not Like Us. So that's going to be down there. And a whole bunch of drama that came out of that. I mean, obviously, the game, Jay Sean Taylor, was quite angry at uh, the fans for saying, well, why didn't you go? Well, for one, he has some ties with Drake. He's done some collaborations with Drake. And just because the world hates one guy, it doesn't mean that he has to join the party and hating him too, right? So that's that. And then you got a whole bunch of other different news that's going on in the rap world. You got Lefty Gunplay, an LA rapper, a Mexican LA rapper who says that he would not allow his daughter to date anybody outside of their race, out of their raza. but in particular, one particular group, right? So that caused a lot of controversy. In the middle of that controversy, then you had Lefty go into it with the Norteños. Now, for those of you that don't understand the gang culture of California, there is the northern and southern Mexicans, right? And so, with that northern and southern type of conflict they have going on, usually the northern Mexicans don't really operate down south, right? But there are southern Mexicans that operate up north, and that's why they call them upstaters, right? Or upstate guys. Um, so now that sort of looks like it's changing. Of course, you're not going to see a Norteño set being started down in Southern California, but you are inviting them down here. And guess who is all in the middle of this provocation? None other than Adam 22, the co host. I'm sorry, not the co host, but the owner of the No Jumper podcast, sorry, where he invites a lot of these rappers, in particular rappers from LA and even some that he flies out from Chicago. And they go in there, and guess what? They talk about a lot of the crimes that they do. A lot of things slip up. The police start watching this, and then they get set up to basically get found out that they were doing crimes that they could have gotten away with had they not said anything. But yeah, so that's sort of what's going on in the world of combat sports right now as we are watching this commercial. What is this commercial? Looks like some really freaky looking commercial with some insurance company. Now, what is this? That's the Asian dude from Hangover. They're driving in a car that looks like a Toyota, but they're sort of covering the Toyota, and it's with a bunch of people that are dressed in different outfits. They have Thor there. They have some emo looking dude. I mean, it's okay. It's for the Squad Busters mobile video game. Okay, that's quite interesting for a mobile video game. They would have that dude from Hangover and that dude Ken from The Hangover and Thor in the same commercial, and in the Quavo commercial that they always had with Stephen One Boy Thompson and Kevin Holland. And now they have Wild Wings. I didn't even know Wild Wings was still around right now. Now, what's strange about Wild Wings being around right now? Obviously, you see a lot of stores going down around the United States. You see Target going down. You see Walmart going down in certain places. You see Nordstrom and Macy's going out in a lot of places, right? What is the cause of that? Is it the economy, or is it the aspect of people sort of stealing? Look, I got to be honest with you. I'll make a confession right now, and maybe not much of a confession, maybe something that a lot of you can relate to. It is so easy to shoplift in Target, in Walmart. Okay, I'm not here to incite anybody into doing this in any kind of degree, but let me tell you how easy this is. So you go in there and you self scan yourself. You miss out on a couple of items, just a couple of items, you don't scan it for whatever reason. Easily, you can walk out there and that's it. I mean, that's just what it is. And a lot of people do this, by the way. And this is the reason why I'm trying to explain to you why a lot of these stores are closing down. Because of the fact that many people are doing this, it accumulates, right? They start losing their bottom dollar, right? They were supposed to make money on this end or this and that, but they, weren't able to sell it, or if they wanted to resell it or send it somewhere else, they had a bunch of missing inventory because guess what? People can go in there and easily do exactly that. It's so easy to do. Self checkout, miss out a couple of scans that you should have been doing, and then you walk out of there with a few uh, new items that you didn't pay for. And by the way, everybody, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people out there that are a little more decent than that, but everybody, in the generalization of it all, is sort of responsible for this. But yeah, that's it. So on to the bantamweight fight. Honestly, not really an exciting fight because it's just these guys are just not uh, heavy named favorites in any kind of way. But Kang Ho versus Aragog. So here we go. Gafurov, Naim Gafurov, 18-6 from Tajikistan. All right, Kang is now being announced right now. Oh wow, Mr. Perfect. What a name. What an awesome name, Mr. Perfect. You guys remember the real Mr. Perfect, right? The dude from back in the days. Here we go. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, as I cover this card for you guys right now. So here we go, round one. Okay, so he was out of the UFC for a couple of years, just based on his military service, similar to Korean Zombie. He sort of did the same thing, so it's kind of an obligation for the South Koreans to do that. So here we go, round one. Most countries where they're at war, right, whether it be North Korea, South Korea, obviously because they're within the borders of each other. Israel is another one like that. That's where, yeah, military service is required from you, right? You just don't have the freedom to choose one way or the other, unless, of course, you decide to move. But obviously, for Korean Zombie and Kang to not have done that, there seems to be a certain level of patriotism there, and he just gets leg kicked by Gafurov right there, and he goes down. Gafurov sort of moving forward on him right now, went for a body shot there. 4:01, 4 minutes, 3:59 of the first round right now. And forgive me if I'm not able to read the comments right now, at least while the rounds are going on, but I will read them at the end of the round. And so far, right now, Gafurov takes him down. Now they're both in the full guard position at the current moment of time. Oh wow, yeah, they just brought up the back hair of Gafurov right there. Right there seems to be like one spot of his body where there's nothing but just a body hair on his back. And yeah, I'm very surprised that they made a comment about that. But hey, you know what? We all have different hair in our body parts. They all grow differently, and that's just the way that God made us, brother. That's just the way it is. Anyways, the man with the back hair, the infamous back hair, is working on top right now. It looks like Kang is going for an omoplata, fails, while Gafurov is still continuing from the full guard position, raining some punches on top while Kang is trying to get up. He's trying to swim underneath, still stuck in a full guard position. And Michael Bisping just made a comment saying that, yeah, the guard is wide open for Gafurov to pass. And there it is, sort of doing exactly that. Now he's in a half guard position. Once again, I told you guys, half guard positions are some of the most underrated moves in MMA. Quite frankly, because of the fact that you can really do a lot in that position and hold them down at the same time. So that's the beauty of that particular position, rather than at least trying to transition into the next dominant position, which is side control or maybe even full mount. But why do that when you can maintain top position just by maintaining the half guard position. So something to think about. Now they're back in the full guard position, and Kang looks like he's trying to get a butterfly, but he doesn't close that full guard position, and this is the reason why Michael Bisping sort of made a comment about that, saying that he leaves it wide open that Gafurov can easily go in there and transition into. But now I kind of see why he leaves it open, right? Because look, he's attempting a lot of these omoplata and gogoplata positions. There it is. Now he just gets transitioned again, now into the half guard position, and Gafurov is going to be content working on this position right now. There it is. He goes for an elbow in that position. This is what I mean. When you're in that position in MMA, you can do a lot. But Kang is trying to get up in a butterfly position, body locks, but then he's taking Gafurov down instead. Now goes for a backpack position, gets his back. Okay, now he's got a body lock in. Okay, no, he doesn't have a body lock in. He's trying. But okay, but he's got it under the chin. Oh man. Okay, but Gafurov is fighting it off. I gotta tell you, oh, he slams him back, puts him on his back. Now, who took the worst of that particular position? But then he smiles at the commentary after he slams Kang on his back. Real interesting fight so far. Let me know what you guys think on the comment section below. What you guys think. So far, I've had about 77 people from around the world tap in with me. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we head on to round two between Kang versus Gafurov. Next fight after that at the 170, Nicholas Dalby taking on Fakhretdinov. 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 I think that's how to pronounce his name. We'll see how the commentators pronounce that name, but yeah, Fakhretdinov. And just like that, it'll be the main card pretty soon. All right, here we go. Round two. Round two, here we go. Front kick by Kang. Oh, goes for a flying knee attempt, but then for whatever reason, Kang was able to take Gafurov down with a little bit of his exchange. Now he's got him in a half guard position, and Gafurov is trying to go for a guillotine from a half guard position on the bottom while they are both exchanging elbows at each other. All right. So far, 85 people around the world have tapped in with me today in this live stream, and that is only within the first couple of hours. So not bad, not bad. The algorithm is treating us for a small channel right now, but you can help by making this channel a whole lot bigger than this by liking and subscribing, and that's all that you got to do while I am covering the fights for you right now. And it seems that Kang is now put in the full guard position on top of Gafurov. And what Gafurov is trying to do here, it looks like he's trying to throw some punches on the bottom, but he's not really trying to make any erratic movements, sort of trying to stay relaxed while he tries to get up from this very tough position that Kang has him in right now. It looks like Kang looks like he's going for an arm triangle from the full guard position. But once he locks in that arm triangle, he has to transition into the side control in order to get full range of that entire leverage in the arm triangle, but he keeps him at a full guard position right now. And now he's transitioning into a triangle. Doesn't get it. And now he's going for an armbar position in which Gafurov got out with ease. Now he's on top of him, has his back. Gaf- Gafurov is now on top of Kang with less than half of this round at 225, 224 of the second round. Now he's throwing knees on the top position right now. He's got him on top. There we go. Now he's throwing knees on Gafurov. Yeah, another clinch grab, fence grab, warning by the referee towards Kang, while Kang is trying to take away this body lock as he's being body locked himself into the cage positions. And now Gafurov looks like he's trying to attempt a single leg, misses. Now they're back into the clinch position onto the cage. They break off with about 112 left into the second round. Throws a few combinations there, 1-2, and then a body, a low kick by Gafurov, and now he's got him in front guillotine position, or at least attempting to, with 56 seconds left in the second round. All right. All right, here we go. Now going for a single leg attempt. All right, 30 seconds left. Ooh. Now they're swinging away for the last 15 seconds. Swinging for the fences. And Kang goes for a single double leg attempt, gets stuffed by Gafurov, and now he's ground and pounding. Ooh, all right. Good round. Very good round, especially at the end of that. Especially at the end of that. So now we've officially had about 100 people in the last 60 minutes tap in with me. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we are on the road to growing this channel one day at a time. Here we go. We have an F-150 commercial going on right now. All right, and the commercial is on right now. They are about to go into the third and final round. Here we go. This has been a quite a real interesting fight, especially in the grappling exchanges. Remember what I told you in the preview to the Whittaker and Aliskerov prediction stream that I did. I talked about how a lot of that fight is going to be predicated on the wrestling and the scrambling exchanges, and that's sort of what we're seeing with these back-to-back fights that we've just had right now, and this one included with Kang and Gafurov. So here we go. Low kicks by Gafurov, 437, 435, 432 of the first round. They're swinging away in the fence position. And now Kang takes him down. Oh, wow. Okay, now he's got him back in a full mount position. Kang has Gafurov in a full mount position now. And once again, he was also put in this full mount position earlier on. And what I believe he is attempting to do is stay relaxed in this position in order for him to try and power away and get up from, I don't know, I guess, at the right place at the right time. He's looking for Kang to sort of place his body a little bit higher in order for him to get up or at least find some kind of leverage with his feet, which is what he's doing right now. Now Kang has him by the back from the side position. Now they're up again. Kang looks like he's trying to go for a backpack, and Gafurov is fighting away. Now they're back in the neutral clinch positions. Now they break away 250, 249, 247 of the third round, back in striking distance with each other. 237, 236. There is, he swings away, and Kang counters with a double leg takedown, and they're scrambling right now. It just seems that, yeah, Kang is one step ahead in these grappling. Well, not grappling, more like the scrambling exchanges. See, there's a difference between a grappling exchange and a scrambling exchange. What you're seeing out of these two right now is just scramble after scramble, meaning that they transition from multiple um, grappling positions to another. They go from each other's back to rolling in the other person's back or ending up in the other person's guard. That's basically the definition of scrambling in grappling exchanges when it comes to, yes, this portion of MMA. Definitely fatigue is an increasing factor right now with about 130 left. And Gafurov seems a bit satisfied in this position to sort of just ride out a decision here, if he does even pull off a decision in this fight. How about this July 13th? Nama Yunus takes on Macy Barber. Now, that's a fight that I'm sure Macy Barber has been waiting for a long time. She's been looking to be a legend killer, and now she has an opportunity to take on somebody like Rose Namajunas as a former champion, and maybe perhaps show the new levels of the new generation, which is what she represents and what she was trying to do at some point was beat John Jones's record as the youngest undisputed champion of all time. Maybe perhaps she still can if she's a little bit under 23 right now. Maybe she still can. Speaking of which, under 30 seconds into this fight right now with Gafurov and Kang. Kang now in the side control position. Once again, grappling, scrambling away. Now they're back right up. So there's been a lot of brawling. Oh, a little spinning back kick right there. Wow. He caught Kang right there at the last second. All right. What a finish to the end. What a good finish to the end. Real good finish. So who wins that one? It's hard to tell who wins that one. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Kang pulls off a win on that one. Let's just be honest about that, right? Kang looks like he has a good shot of winning this one. But again, it all depends on whose judge is watching and how they're going to score it. So look at this. They got a little Pepsi commercial going on. Probably one of the worst drinks for you ever, and you're still yeah, taste more of the summer, more of the poison that you're going to, throw in the world. Look at this, Alex Pereira taking on Yuri Prochazka, a fight that we already seen, but the only reason why it's here is because of Conor McGregor. And by the way, how about that for a side conversation while we're reacting to these fights, right? Is Conor McGregor really injured, or is it that he is dealing with a criminal investigation that is going on right now? Let's really put some real hot takes into that. Is Conor McGregor injured, or is he dealing with a criminal investigation right now? So, what do I mean by that? There's a woman that was planning on suing Conor McGregor because of the fact that he threw her out of a yacht and assaulted her while they were in Ibiza, Spain. So instead of going to the Spanish police, she waits until she goes home to Ireland. By the way, a former classmate of Conor McGregor, so she's Irish too. So she goes and tells the Irish government, or I'm sorry, the Irish Garda, which is their police force, and then they probably set a criminal investigation against Conor. And then on top of that, not only criminal, but went for a civil lawsuit as well. Her car gets bombed, she gets attacked, home invaded, and all of a sudden, the charges were dropped. So I let you decide what all that means. And you know what? There have been speculations saying that Conor McGregor is part of the Irish cartel and that he bought his position into the gang. Very similar to how um, Chris Brown sort of bought his position into the Bloods. Very similar to Takashi 69 and how he bought his position with the Bloods of New York. But anyways, yeah. So that is the end of the fight. I didn't even see who had won that one. Let's see who did they announce to win that fight while I was going off of that Conor McGregor tangent. Who won that fight? It was Munin Gafurov. Okay, so the last minutes of the fights really left an impression, and that's the reason why he had won this fight. So good on him. All right, next fight right now. Nicholas Dalby taking on Renat. We're just gonna call him Renat because I can't pronounce his last name properly. So I could at least pronounce his first name properly. That'll be that. I mean, most of the people that you know in your life anyway, you don't really call them by their last name. Maybe sometimes you do for the sake of banner, but most times, in most regular times, you really call people by their first names. Like, hey, what's up? There's Mike. Hey, there's John. You don't say, hey, there's John Smith or Sean Adams or Muhammad Abu Al-Kheer or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you just say, hey, there's Mo or there's Muhammad or there's whatever your first name is and what last name goes with that. Here we go. Another more food commercial. What do you expect from an American sports company, right? Marketing to fat Americans around the country who do nothing but eat some of the worst food for you. And by the way, a lot of that is not even their fault, right? Most people really don't have a good education and understanding what it is that they eat and what it is that they consume. And when you watch the commercials that you're seeing right now, well, it is no wonder that they constantly push pills on you. They constantly push bad food on you. And here it is, another one. How about Meta, a commercial that they got going on? Obviously, with Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg, that's pushing more addiction to your way, right? So what is this? This was a test. If you vision or see the difference, what was that? What was that? Like they had a bomb that they were simulating there in that commercial, and now we're in a commercial with Stephen A. Smith in a pool hall right now. Okay, promoting ESPN Bet. Okay, now can you imagine, right? What other commercials are like in other countries? You know what? I'm curious to know what kind of commercials are they showing you in Sky Sports or TNT out in the UK right now. I'm really curious to know, right? Because The type of commercials that they place on you are really the type of propaganda that they're trying to force upon you, right? This is why most people, I'm telling you, they're not intelligent enough to really understand what they're watching. When they watch a commercial, like, okay, right now, the commercial you're probably watching on the ESPN feed right now, it's just an autograph section for International Fight Weekend. Okay, that's all harmless. But most movies, TV shows, they try to really capture your imagination. They try to influence the way that you think, and they really play with your emotions if you really think about it. Like, here's the thing, right? It's okay to cry if, let's say, you experience a real traumatic uh, part of your life. You've sort of experienced something that is so horrible to you that you are going to have a hard time coming and bouncing back from it mentally. Okay, maybe that's a reason to cry. Not maybe, that's a very good reason to cry. But then you watch a movie that is fiction and that is capturing your imagination, your attention, and now all of a sudden you start crying and falling out of control for a fictional character. Right? You start crying for Denzel at the end of Training Day. Well, I don't know who would actually feel bad for Denzel at the end of Training Day. I mean, he was a crooked cop. He held cases on everybody that he shouldn't have, and he used his power and abused it to the highest order. So I don't know if anybody would feel sad for him, but then that's the thing about it, right? On the other end of that, why should you not feel bad for a crooked cop like Denzel playing in Training Day, right? Who says that you can't feel bad for him? Because I guarantee you, the conventional mindset is telling you, well, you can't feel bad for the bad guy. But then who says that they're the bad guy? Again, programming 101. But yeah, enough of that. Now we're on to Nicholas Dalby and Renat versus Nicholas Dalby. Here we go. Dynamite Dalby. I believe this dude fought Darren Till before, if I'm not mistaken. Right? I believe he fought Darren Till before. Let's take a look at his record. I am certain that he did fight Darren Till in his early UFC career. Darren Till, he did. He fought Darren Till to a draw, and that was fight of the night back in October 2015 in Dublin, Ireland. That was against Houlihan versus Smoker. I remember that fight. There was a lot of there were a lot of exchanges that were done in it. Okay, so now round one against Renat versus Nicholas Dalby. Round one is we are close to ending our prelims and heading into the main card. Here we go, Nicholas Dalby. Swinging wildly right now. High kick by Nicholas Dalby. And Renat goes and moves forward, just throwing straight shots boldly as he's walking down. There goes Nicholas Dalby, attempts a double, a single leg, pushes him up against the fence. Now they're in a clinch position. 425, 423, 422 of the first round. All right, here we little high knee right there by Nicholas. There we go. Still at the clinch position right now as he's got a wizard on Nicholas Dalby. Some knees by Fakhretdinov. Okay, Fakhretdinov. That's the best way to pronounce his name. Fakhretdinov. Fakhretdinov goes forward. on Dalby. Dalby throws a punch at Fakhretdinov. Okay, maybe that's why I wasn't able to pronounce his name because I wasn't able to make it sound like what it really sounds like because the way that I think that it sounds like I'm cursing. So, in other words, here's Fakhretdinov. All right, I'm going to stop saying his name because I pride myself in not cursing, and saying that I think really sort of delves into the line of whether you're cursing or not. Yeah. Anyways, here we go. Now Fakhretdinov goes for a single leg attempt into the fence. Go a little single leg. He's trying to drag him down, trying to trip him down in a single leg. Great balance on Dalby. And now you can see why he gave Darren Till a hard fight back in 2015. Damn, that was almost 9 years ago in Dublin, Ireland, when that fight had gone on. You really think about it. Oh, is that what he's doing? He's doing a little breathing technique. Yeah, that's true. There is different ways of how people manage their cardio, right? Most times there are people that have real good cardio, but it's not the kind of cardio that you think, right? Part of the reason why some people have good cardio is because they're great at efficiency. In other words, they don't really need to push as hard because there's a certain pattern that they use that sort of is energy efficient. Oh, Nicholas Dalby just got rocked right there, and Fakhretdinov is trying to finish him off right here. It looks like he hit him with a punch. Now he takes him down. To be honest with you, on the finishing position, maybe that wasn't a good idea of him taking him down like this, only because it may prevent him from actually finishing him. It really does baffle me sometimes when somebody has someone rocked and then they decide to take them down. Unless, of course, within that takedown, you're planning on finishing them with ground and pound positions. But, that's not the case here. He just basically gave Dalby a time to rest. But he got him with an elbow right there off the clinch. After these two next fights, this one and the next one, it's going to be nothing but exciting fights from there, right? Because after this one, it's Lima and Naimov. The other Naimov. Oh, oh wait, yeah, yeah. I think he has a brother. Okay, Naimov. Okay, Naimov and Lima, and then Hasrat versus Gordon, and Walker versus Ozdemir opening the main card at 12 p.m. Here we go, Dustin Poirier again in the Bud Light commercial. Here we go, the Alex Pereira and Jerry promotion, a little promotional video they got going on. It looks like the Sing for the Moment song, the original version, not the Eminem version, but the Aerosmith version. International Fight Week. Yup, they really had to pull something out for that one. 10-2. Now imagine that, right? Alex Pereira is 10-2, and he already has two titles in the UFC. How amazing is that? All because they wanted to use him to be Izzy's sworn rival as sort of an end boss. And here we are. All right, fight picks by Dalby. Oh, takedown by Fakhretdinov. Yeah, he could absolutely tire out Dalby with these grappling exchanges, but he has hurt him a few times. So I'm curious to see how Dalby is going to recover from these shots that he took from him. All right, shout outs to the 154 people that have tapped in with me today in watching, hearing this live stream reaction that I'm doing. Swinging away, 336, 335 of the second round. He's now going for a body lock here, while Fakhretdinov is trying to go for a guillotine through this body lock position in which they are pushing each other into the fence, and Dalby gets his head out of that position away from the potential guillotine, and now they're grappling on the cage. Which, by the way, I told you guys you're going to see a lot of this with the Whittaker and Aliskerov fight later on tonight. Yeah, Fakhretdinov is definitely not a guy a lot of people are willing to fight for one reason or another. Obviously, one of the tougher ones in the prospects right now. All right. Now he's got a wizard on Fakhretdinov has a wizard on Dalby right now as he is in the submissive position between him and Dalby. Pause. Submissive position. Pause. But yeah, body lock position on Dalby. And there's the breathing pattern of Dalby that he has been known for right there. Mm. Oh, okay. They're throwing double elbows at each other from that dirty box clinch position right there. Now they're swinging away. Close range. 1 minute left in the second round. Nice takedown. Nice takedown by Fakhretdinov. There it is. Dalby's continuing that breathing pattern that he's doing. That yeah, that Michael Bisping and Daniel Cormier had sort of talked about. All right, now that's the end of the round. Third and final round next. Oh wow, what is this? This looks like a little movie about some Miami movie, Hotel Cocaine. All right. Shout out to everybody that's happening around the world right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we cover this live stream for you for UFC Saudi Arabia. Here we go. Third and final round. Body lock on Fakhretdinov on Dalby right now. Yeah, this is quite a scrap. I'm telling you guys right now, if this fight doesn't get a finish, if the next fight between Naimov and Lima doesn't get a finish, I guarantee you Gordon and Husrat versus Johnny Walker and Ozdemir, the next four fights that are coming up, for sure are going to get finishes. It's almost a guarantee that that's what's going to happen, right? But the way this fight is going, it looks like this is going to a decision, especially with the wrestling exchanges that is going on here. Because you got to remember earlier, uh, Fakhretdinov rocked Dalby a few times on the feet. And instead of, let's say, trying to finish him off while he was rocked on the feet, he sort of gave him time to recover after shooting takedowns on him after hurting him. And it looks like the fight is going to take on that same trajectory of pattern in terms of the takedowns, the rinse and repeat. One guy's going to get up and so on and so forth. So it's just going to keep going back and forth in that end. So shout outs to the 170 people around the world that are tapped in with me right now onto this live stream, and the ones that have been here from the very beginning. And like and subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, as we are covering the historic UFC Saudi Arabia card, headlined by Robert Whittaker and Aliskerov. Wow, real hard breathing patterns on Dalby, but done on purpose, though. Obviously, it's one of those Wim Hof breathing techniques that he's sort of using right now. Do you guys know anything about Wim Hof? Obviously, part of almost the same region as Dalby within the, I guess, Scandinavian, uh, Western European, Norwegian states. Not that he knows him or anything like that, but Wim Hof did have training experience with Alistair Overeem. So two Dutch guys there. There it is. Fakhretdinov takes him down. Great takedown by Fakhretdinov. So what is Fakhretdinov? Is he like 21-0 now, or in a 21 fight win streak? Shout out to the 8 people that are in here live right now, and the 100 people, the 100+ people around the world that have tapped in with me on this channel. Thank you for all your support. But please hit that like button. Doesn't really hurt for you to do that while I am covering Fakhretdinov and Nicholas Dalby right now, as he is going for a double leg attempt, as Dalby is trying to stuff these takedowns onto the clinch fence positions. And like I said earlier in the fight, that this was going to go to a decision just based on the fact that the trajectory of wrestling that Fakhretdinov chose to do, even though he had rocked him a few times, was going to lead to that. And here we are, with just about less than 40 seconds left. Again, still attempting those double leg takedowns. Yeah, no deterrence on his part, though. He keeps going and going. And just constant pushing on their part, right? What people don't understand, for those that are untrained, this is really a very exhausting way to fight. Most people don't understand how exhausting this type of fighting is. Here we go. Now they're swinging for the fences in the last 30 seconds. So Fakhretdinov sort of gave us a little bit of everything there. He gave us a wild exchange at the end of it, showed us his wrestling skills, showed that he can strike by rocking Nicholas Dalby, did a little bit of everything there, right? Maintained some ground control. It's an easy win for him. It's an easy win for Fakhretdinov. Let me know what you guys think as we are now tapped in with about 203 people from around the world. And that's literally 200 people within less than just 1 hour. Well, not just less than an hour, less than 2 hours, because we are heading into the 1 hour and 30-minute mark. Now, how about this? We're heading into the 1 hour and 30-minute mark, and we got about two fights left into the prelims. And then after the prelims, then you have Ozdemir and Walker opening the main card. And how about this? That redheaded ginger Dagestani Magomedov taking on. Who's he taking on? No one knows who he's taking on. They only know him, right? Because he's the main character in this entire storyline. Antonio Tricoli, not bad, 12-3 record against Sharafutin Magomedov. Good card. And then Volkan Ozdemir, real good card. Obviously, a great addition to the Saudi Arabian card because he is of Turkish descent that lives in Switzerland. He just happens to blend in quite well in Switzerland, but he is a Turk. Just as most Saudis, what a lot of people don't know, many of the Saudis have a Turkish bloodline behind them, and obviously that comes from the contribution of the Ottoman Empire. So now we are heading into the judges' scorecards. Let's take a look at what they say right now. Bruce Buffer says, Fakhretdinov. Fakhretdinov is the winner. Good job, brother Fakhretdinov. Good job, brother. You deserve that win because you do the little bit of everything. You strike, you wrestle, you brawl. You do everything, everything. And by the way, that is the nickname of the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, His Excellency. His nickname is Mr. Everything. I wonder why they call him that. Is it because he delves himself into a little bit of everything, or can he do everything great, or is he well rounded? I tell you what, if you're a mixed martial arts fighter, Mr. Everything is probably the best name you could have because you got to think about it, right? You got to be able to do a little bit of everything to win. Next up, Felipe Lima taking on Naimov. The card is moving on. And then after that is Jared Gordon against Haqparast, the Afghani German that trains with Faraz Zahabi in Montreal. So now we're on to a commercial now. All right. Shout outs to the 239 people in the world that have been tapping in with me on this live stream right now. So obviously, sometimes you see on the viewers, right, it'll have either 2 or 8 or this and that. The reality is, I've had 240 people from around the world now tapped in with me on this live stream. So that's what's up, man. You know, keep it up, keep up the views and the likes and subscribes, so you can help this channel grow, and I can present something a little bit more special to the world in terms of MMA content, which I know that many of you are missing. Right, a different creative way of doing MMA content as opposed to just talking about the kicks and the punches all day. With me, you're going to get a little bit of everything. You're going to get hip hop news, world geopolitics news. You're going to get combat sports from different disciplines, not just MMA. I also do boxing. I also react to cultural events and things of that nature. So I'm going to offer you a little bit of everything in this channel in ways that the other channels can. And that alone is a reason why you should like and subscribe. As we now react to the next fight between Felipe Lima taking on Naimov, the seventh fight of the card. One, two, three, four, five. But the fifth fight of the card, but fight number 7. In the 11th fight card that they have, Magomed, Naimov taking on Felipe, Jungle Boy Lima. And once again, back to another commercial. So here we go. I think they're probably on their way towards the entrance right now, but they're not showing the entrance, so it's kind of how it goes, right? Sometimes they have entrances that they don't show because they want to use that time slot to pull in all those commercials, which is what you're seeing right now with the Dustin Poirier Bud Light commercial. So what is this? Another what it looks like another commercial. Looks like a commercial for Meta, which is obviously Facebook. Yeah, Meta. They're just going to go out there and steal your data. Meta, we're here to steal your data and expand your world through AI and have the AIs come after you. And now we're looking at a T-Mobile commercial. Again, I'm wondering what the commercials are looking like in the other parts of the world. So do 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 do. I don't know, Domino's New York pizza. It never tastes like the pizza in New York. But again, that's all subjective to each its own. And how about this? Another baseball commercial. So speaking of baseball, anybody here Oakland A's fans? And by the way, I don't live too far away from where the Oakland A's play now, right? Because they obviously moved into West Sacramento. And for whatever reason, I don't know what the politics is behind that. I got to look into it, but a lot of them are not too happy that the Oakland A's are moving into West Sacramento. Now, personally, for me, I think it's kind of cool that they got another sports team here. I know that Sacramento also has a soccer team. I know we're known for having uh, the basketball team, the Kings. We're also known for Team Alpha Male MMA, which is obviously one of the biggest teams in the UFC competing right now. But I don't know, man. It is nice to have more sports teams out here, but I suppose some people have different reservations about it. Obviously, parking is going to make the city a whole lot more crowded. I got to tell you, the best way I could describe Sacramento is it's like a mini LA without the traffic. Now, sometimes there is traffic, but man, it's not as prevalent as LA, right? So that's kind of the best way to really describe it. A smaller version of LA with less traffic is the best way to really put it. All right, so here we go. Magomed Naimov taking on Felipe Lima. Finally here. Let's do it. A little bit off onto the timing, right? Because considering that the main card is at 12 o'clock, and I guess you're sort of anticipating that there's going to be an early finish for this, either with this one or Jerry Gordon, because I wonder how they're going to fill in the 12 p.m. Uh, West Coast time slot, right? Because it's going to be on top of the hour. But yeah, let me get these guys announced. Let me use the bathroom real quick. Hold on. All right, back and live and on and popping. Here we go. Here we go. Round one. Felipe Lima taking on Mohammed Naimov. Let's do it. All right, let's do it. Round one. Straight away throwing kicks at him. Ooh. Oh! Flying knee by Lima. Caught Mohammed Naimov. But then, oh man, what an exciting first round so far, right? That's the thing with MMA as opposed to boxing. You can always get insane first rounds like this where they start off real quick. Whereas with boxing, it's almost like you're sort of forced into carrying a certain level of rhythm or a certain level of intensity, right? Because you got to save yourself on like a certain amount of rounds, and then there's a certain rhythm that comes with that. Whereas with MMA, I think it's really highly explosive based, which, by the way, kind of falls into the category of anaerobics as opposed to the aerobic actions of boxing. Another flying knee of Muhammad Naimov's home right there. A low kick by Lima, switch stancing by Lima. Yeah, Felipe Lima is definitely dominating this fight in the early start right now. Okay, so he was supposed to face Guardian for this fight. Okay, real interesting. All right. Shout outs to the 300 people around the world that have tapped in with me on this particular live stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we cover UFC Saudi Arabia and go low kick fight. All right. The body lock on Muhammad Naimov. They scramble on the floor, and now he's in a very strange north and south position on Lima because let's just say that he has his butt in his face. But hey, it happens. It's a fight game. It is what it is. Now he's on top of him in the full guard position. Real active on the bottom of Lima's part right here. But sort of leaving his open full guard position where Naimov could transition into either a half guard position or stack guard, which is what he was just trying to do earlier. Now Lima's trying to get up. He's got the wizard lock on Naimov, trying to wrist control him from the bottom. There's another reason why you should subscribe to my channel. Not only do I give you full MMA breakdowns and predictions before the fights, not always, but fights that I think that are important to talk about because everybody else does predictions, right? So I talk about the techniques as well while the fight is going on, while I'm reacting to it. So here we go. A little pitter patter shots does work according to Michael Bisping. All right, here we go. That's the end of round one. There goes the Stephen Wonderboy Thompson and Holland commercial. All right, now on to the next round. Tap in, guys, like and subscribe as I give you the most epic mixed martial arts content in the history of mankind while we witness the historic first ever Saudi Arabia event in the UFC. Stand switching by Lima here back and forth. Body kick attempt, scrambling exchanges, really aggressive in the way that Lima is going at it. Real aggressive. And not only that, using real good footwork, giving him different looks, switching stances, single leg attempt by Naimov there. You all are probably wondering, oh, why don't you, uh, why are you giving Lima so much compliments when he's fighting a Muslim fighter? Well, guys, I got to tell you, I have my own biasness, but at the same time, I also have objectivity when it comes to the game. And it's always for the love of the game, no matter what, more than anything else. Of course, it's for the love of your brothers and sisters from around the world, but at the same time, Lima's doing a great number on Naimov here, stance switching, constantly giving him different looks. On top of that, also obliging him if he decides that he wanted to go brawl with him as well. Don't forget to write some comments down below. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you guys are enjoying this fight. What are some future fights you would like to see after any of these fights end tonight? Some good matchups. For example, how about Uzdemir and Johnny Walker? How is that going to play out in the future if one of them wins? Does that mean that Uzdemir is going to stay on top as a top 205 contender in a way that he sort of rose through the ranks early in his career, early in his UFC career? Magomedov, what kind of competition are you going to give him if he gets over Trocoil in this one? And how about Gastelum and Daniel Rodriguez? How about that? Mexican crime on that one, right? Two Southern California guys, Mexican, 170 pounds, fighting for redemption. Gastelum has already been up there in the mountains fighting some of the top names. Rodriguez, on the other hand, well, he's trying to prove himself. And how about Pavlovich taking on Volkov, Russia on Russia crime? He's got some good fights. leading up ahead into this fight, especially with what kind of future uh, trajectory they're going to be placed in the competitive architecture of the UFC. How about Hasrat versus Jared Gordon? Usually mistaken for Kelvin Gastelum, and interestingly enough, they're both on the same card on this one, fighting side by side with each other. I believe both managed by the world famous Ali Abdelaziz of Dominance MMA, the manager of Khabib Islam and some of the top names that you've heard of in mixed martial arts, including Kelvin Gastelum and Hasrat, which we're going to see next after this fight, actually. So the fact that this isn't a pay per view, I think, is the reason why they're not really hauling butt when it comes to getting these fights out like that. Because if this fight goes to distance, then that's going to be 3:06 by the time that this fight ends, and then they got about less than half an hour to get the final prelims done with Jared Gordon and Husrat. But yeah, it's all going to be in the same network anyway. Obviously, the main card is going to be on ABC, so they may want to give people a chance to tune in onto that one so they can get ratings on that side. But in the meanwhile, look at the stand switch on Lima. Right, that really has to confuse Mohammed Naimov in some kind of way. Right, there has to be some sort of confusion that he's leading on with all these stance switching, and then look, he's just really aware of his distance, really aware of his range, and really using effective striking as we speak. With 10 seconds left into the 10th round. I'm sorry, the second round. What am I saying? 10th round? That sounds like boxing, obviously. But, people wonder, right? Like, obviously, with MMA, there's 5 rounds with the championship rounds, but with the boxing, there's 12 rounds. I got to tell you, there's a difference between 3 minute rounds and 5 minutes, especially when there's certain grappling exchanges involved, right? We're talking about like anaerobic grappling exchanges, right? So that's sort of the difference, yeah, with this one. So it's more of these burritos and a Pepsi commercial that they sell toys into the kids and whatnot. But what is this? A Quiet Place Day One. Looks like some kind of horror movie of some sort of doomsday horror movie. All right, here we go. Round three, third and final round. Low kick by Naimov there. Wow, his corner was let him think of your mother. But yeah, that's what it is. Different guys are motivated differently depending on what it is you tell them. Right? Some guys will get motivated if you tell them, hey man, there's some great ice cream or great food after that. That's usually with every fighter. But what fighter doesn't think about enjoying great food after weeks and weeks on out of clean dieting, and now you finally can get to sort of indulge a little bit. But yeah, it's another thing too with fitness that a lot of people don't know, right? It's a very temporary thing, right? Unless you really want to maintain it, or unless you really want to walk around hungry and dehydrated all day just so you can get a six pack. Oh wow, what is this? Lima got a choke on him. Looks like he may just he's tapped. He got him. He got him. Wow. All right. Shout outs to Lima for that submission win right there. Yeah, as soon as he got the back, it was on right there. It was easy for him to get to that transition, getting it back, and then just getting the choke straight away. Great job. Great job on Lima. Great submission win on that one. All right. All right. Stay on live stream. We will continue on until the next fight. Uh, yeah, man. I'm excited more for Hasrat and Gordon, Jared Gordon, to be honest with you, right? I'm excited for, look, from here on, right? All these fights get exciting from here on. Now, Lima and Naimov, not a name that you really know so much. Fakhretdinov and Dalby, yeah, sort of a names that you sort of know. And then the other cards before that was a debut, road to UFC Asia fighters, and then Kang and Gafurov, and you don't really know them. Now it's Jared Gordon, Hassarat, you sort of know them, and then it's Ozemir and Johnny Walker, you really know them. How about this Magomedov? Is it way over Nasrat and Gordon? And he's placed a card higher than Ozdemir and Johnny Walker. And Johnny Walker has been a top 205 fighter for a long time. Ozdemir, a former challenger, and here comes Magomedov. They really want to make a star out of this guy for sure. So here comes Lima now. He's going to be interviewed by Daniel Cormier. He says he's always in short notice, but he's always there ready to go. Yeah, that's what it is, man. If you stay in shape, especially if you're an up and coming fighter, even if you're a champion like El-Kheer who gets called in short notice, well, guess what? You're ready to fight anytime, anywhere, and opportunities present itself as a result of that. So, and he thanks Jesus Christ for the win. Surprisingly, thanks Jesus Christ in the state of Saudi Arabia. From what it seems, maybe Saudi Arabia has become a lot more tolerant now towards other religions, and here we go. So now the main event of the prelims before we head into the main card. So here we go. Let's go. Just get them in the ring straight out. Nasrat, Haqparast, and Jared Gordon. Let's go. All right, so they are showing the walk this time. This is interesting, right? They're not cutting to a commercial break. What is his entrance music? Entrance music? I can't make out the sound of his entrance music, but I think that's done on purpose so that, yeah, they do not catch any copyright flags and what have you. To be honest with you, right? This card, there's more better fights in this card pre-fight and post-fight as after it happened, just like the Lima fight. That was a very good fight. The Fakhretdinov fight was very good. The Kang and Gafurov fight was really good. So was the Magomedov versus Ribeiro fight in the early cards. Even the road to UFC Asia fights between Zhao and Lee were pretty good. I'd say so far, and I say so far because none of the fights at UFC 303 have happened yet, but so far this fight seems like it's a whole lot better than Whittaker. I'm sorry, it's a whole lot better than the original Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler card. Obviously, not a more anticipated fight, but this card is a whole lot more exciting, honestly. Right? Imagine you use this card as the prelims and the main card for Conor McGregor card, it would be fire. But the replacement they have for Cherry, that's mediocre. Brian Ortega and Diego Lopez, that's good. It sort of adds spice, sort of makes up for it, right? Like, all right, we can't give you Conor McGregor, but how about this? We'll give you two fights, two new ones that you've never seen. Diego Lopez and Brian Ortega, and then we'll throw in a championship fight, even though this is a championship fight that you've already seen, and we're just giving Fury an opportunity because he's the first guy that answered the call. And Alex Pereira is always down to fight anybody, even if he's champion. So here we go. Nasrat is now walking his way into the cage as we await him, and there's Faraz Hoppy in the background, some other Dagestani gentleman, which I believe the other one is a brother of Nasrat. So lightweight, 55. 16 and 5 for Nasrat. 20 and 6. 1 no contest for Jared Gordon. 28 versus 35. 5'10" versus 5'9". 156 both. 172-inch reach for Nasrat. 68 for Gordon. Everything else, as they say, virtually identical. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Nasrat being announced right now. All right, Rich Mitchell. All right, here we go. Round one. One of the most highly anticipated matches of the night, at least for me. Single leg approach by Jared Gordon here. He's got an ankle. He's throwing right hands while he's looks like he blocked Jared Gordon here. Single leg attempt by Jared Gordon here. Every time he throws, every time he attempts that single leg, he goes and tries to throw an uppercut in the process. Very aggressive move by Jared Gordon there. Another low kick shot by Jared Gordon. Jab by Jared Gordon. Looks like Nasrat's looking for some haymakers and bombs here. Whereas with Jared Gordon, he's sort of just kind of slowing, not slowing down, but sort of toning down a little bit of his aggression, right? Toning it down to much more methodical pace, obviously plotting his shots, picking his shots, whereas he really started off very aggressive in the beginning of the round. And Nasrat is sort of trying to fight off his back foot at the same time, really looking for counter shots. Here we go. Jared's trying to go for this single leg right here. Cheeky little uppercut, DC says. All right, so from what it looks like, yeah, they're really going to head into the main card with some ease on this one, right? Because it's 11:45 right now, and the first round is about to end. So after this first round, you got about literally just 12 minutes to finish off this, finish off this fight and then onto the main card. I'm just counting down the main cards. No disrespect to this fight. I'm enjoying this fight right now, but really, I'm excited for Johnny Walker and Uzdemir. I'm really curious to see how that fight is going to play out, right? As much as I'm really curious to see how this fight is going to play out, for what it seems like, man, Jared Gordon's boxing is quite good in this one. But credit to Nasrat for really keeping and maintaining a good takedown defense as he's doing right now, right? Banging away as Jared Gordon is trying to go for a single leg once again. He's going for the single leg, and they're back to the clinch position, falling away into the cage side with 30 seconds left in the first round. Ooh, uppercut connected by Hazrat there. Ooh, high kick by Nasrat. All right, and that is the end of the first round so far. How do you guys got that one? Man, to be unbiased, I got to give that first round to Jared Gordon. Let me know what you guys think. Does Jared Gordon deserve that one? 2 hours into this live stream, and we've already had six fights altogether within a span of 2 hours. So five fights in the main card, and yeah, okay, little autograph sessions they got going on. International Fight Week. So I'm assuming they're probably going to have a Hall of Fame week or some sort of like that. And you know what? This is the start of International Fight Week if you think about it, right? Because this is an international fight that is going on in Saudi Arabia, and here we are. Ooh, single leg attempt by Jared Gordon. Yeah, Nasrat seems to be caught in the eye right now. And they're going on dirty boxing clinches right now. Just constant barrages of punches right here. It's like every time they get stuck in a corner, they start ending up clinching and then they start throwing bombs at close range positions towards each other. You know, grabs him by the throat right there, sort of like a choke slam position by Jared Gordon. People don't understand that these moves are legal to do it, right? So surprisingly, most people don't really use them, but I guess you have to be in the right position at the right time to do it. Looks like the tape is coming off of the gloves off of Jared Gordon as he attempts a single leg takedown here. Yeah, real good dirty boxing strikes on this one right here. What is this? Okay, see, the referee notices what I had noticed, and now he's going to adjust the tape on the gloves of Jared Gordon. All right, back on action. Here we go. 2 minutes left into the second round. All right. Thank you for all those that are tapping in right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering Jared Gordon versus Nasrat right now and all the fights to come in UFC Saudi Arabia as they are brawling away right now. Ooh, oh no, uppercuts and dirty boxing by Jared Gordon here. Oh, he is rocking Nasrat right now. Oh my goodness, that hook that he just connected on Nasrat. Yeah, so definitely Jared Gordon is winning this second round as well. The first round, I give it to him. Other people may give it to Nasrat, but man, the relentless head strikes of Jared Gordon right now, 42 versus 20 for Nasrat. And here comes Jared Gordon with the last 15 seconds left. How is he going to respond to this one? Right on the chin on that one. Mm. All right, and that is the end of it. Third and final round coming up next. There's a Bud Light commercial again with Dustin Poirier. the heck is this? This little island dating show that they have going on, as if they can't even come up with any new concepts anymore. That is, if you're wondering, context, I'm talking about the commercial that they have on ESPN right now. Oh, what is this? A Metro Mobile commercial? Okay, so it's not a real show. Okay, it was a way to mock a show like that. All right, here we go. Third and final round between these two. How do you guys have it? I have it Jared Gordon, 2 rounds up. Nuzrat needs a serious knockout on this one. Let's see. Third and final round. Ooh, ooh, man, they're throwing bombs at each other back and forth right now with just 1-2 shots. Just fighting out of boxing range right now. Which, by the way, Jared Gordon will more than oblige for it. Yeah, Jared Gordon definitely has that dog in him. But I wouldn't classify this as a tie between them. I mean, honestly, I'm rooting for Nasrat, but guess what, man? Jared Gordon is up 2 rounds on this one. Nasrat needs to do something different. I would be very surprised if Nasrat doesn't do anything here, right? Just has a mediocre third round performance and ends up winning the decision. I would be very surprised if that's the case, but let us see. It's a lot on the line here for these two men. I mean, every fight is always a lot on the line, but Nasrat needs this win for sure, right? And this is why I was really curious about this fight. Like, as a favorite, you'd probably think Nasrat is the favorite, right? Based on the fact that, maybe he's, I don't know, man. I don't know why you would say that he's better, but Jared Gordon is saying otherwise right now. He's saying, you know what? I'm going to outbox you. I've had enough of the clinching exchanges. I'm tired from that department, so I'm just going to do what I do best. And some guys have better striking stamina than they do with grappling stamina, and that's something a lot of people don't understand. Like, your stamina for one particular fighting style is not going to be the same as the other. Like, your stamina for grappling is not going to be the same as your stamina for striking, depending on who you are. Like, if you grew up boxing your whole entire life or kickboxing, it's probably easy for you to fight standing up. But if you lack in wrestling, it's a little bit harder to keep up a certain pace if you don't do it enough. And right now, we're seeing Jared Gordon at a very comfortable boxing space with 155, with 153, 152 left of the third and final round between these two gentlemen. And we are about less than 2 minutes away from the main card of UFC Saudi Arabia. Yeah, they definitely are going tit for tat on this one right here. Real interesting and entertaining fight. Yeah, Jared Gordon's jab has definitely messed up his face. Draw and rematch. Yeah, I if this was a draw, yeah, please have this go on a rematch. Hey, I wouldn't mind seeing this rematched at some point as well. Really good shot by Jared. Just really putting on some combinations here. And unfortunately, Nasrat has no answers for it. Okay, little elbow right there. And the last 10 seconds, they're going to swing to the final bell. Let's go. 10 seconds. He even busted up Jared Gordon's eye as well. All right, what a fight. Good fight. Good fight. They always say what a fight every time there's two guys that are swinging at the last 10 seconds. But it's never really always a good fight. It's just really, it's a good fight if you get a knockout like Max Holloway did on Justin Gaethje. But most of the time, it's really risky, especially on the part of Justin Gaethje. So, all right, shout outs to the 400, maybe even 500 plus people now that have been tapped in around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't be a hater. Hit that like button. You don't gotta hate your life so bad that you don't want to hit the like button because you're feeling like you're too good for it. Help somebody out, and maybe someday somebody will help you out. Inshallah. So hit that like button, please, and hit that subscribe button as we continue on to the main card that is coming up right now. But first, let's take a look at the decision. What? I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I cannot not believe it. Nasrat won by a decision. I cannot believe it. I'm very happy. I am very happy for Nasrat. Make no mistake about it. I need you to understand it right now. I'm very happy for Nasrat, but I'm sorry to tell you he did not win this fight. Okay? Please understand he did not win this fight. He did not win this fight. Let's take a look at the statistics for this fight, okay? Just to kind of put in perspective why I don't think Nasrat won this fight. Let me show you some perspectives, okay? So let's take a look at. Oh, this is, so total strikes. The percentage was higher on Nasrat's part, so maybe that had something to do with it. Uh, 60, is that right? He only threw 63 shots? I don't know about that, man. Maybe they're just sort of developing the statistics right now, but I don't know about all that. I mean, come on. Like what are we talking about here? Is this what we're really talking about? Like I don't believe that he only threw 63 shots. Are they talking about just within the round? Is that what they're talking about? Are they talking about just the round itself or the entire fight? Because it says here fight stats. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. But you know what? Shout outs to Nasrat. I'm happy for you. Ain't no hate. Ain't no hate. I'm really happy for the brother. But at the same time, man, you gotta call a spade, bro. You know what I mean? He didn't win that fight. He did not win that fight. Nasrat is my homie, but bro, he did not win that fight. But hey, that's why they call combat sports the theater of the unknown, right? But he did not win that fight. If you thought he won that fight, please write on the comments below and tell me if you think he won that fight. I don't think he did. So we shall see. Aliskerov, the combat world champion. All right. Little shot of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia right there. Man, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I feel bad for Jared Gordon. I feel really bad for. What about that? Look at that. They're showing highlights of Anthony Pettis' knockouts. How about that? And okay, I guess they're just showing like all the old highlights of the UFC. So and then there's a photo or a video of Joaquin Buckley with his famous knockout kick against Impa Kasangai. I'm really excited for the Johnny Walker and the Ozdemir fight. That's going to be the fight that I'm looking forward to next. It's actually next, so why not, man? Why not? That's going to be an exciting one right there. All right. Shout out to the ones that. Oh, how about this? Joe Rogan has a companion going on for this fight card. How about that? Joe Rogan has a. Forget watching Joe Rogan. Watch me. Haha. What is this? Danielle said he prayed immediately because he knew it was a gift from his God. Well, Daniel, here's something I want to educate you on, right? His God, my God, their God, or this and that. To be honest with you, brother, there's only one God, and there's multiple religions with different interpretations of the text and interpretations of which one is more correct than the other. But understand that there is only one God. This idea of like, oh, well, their God is different from our God, this American Christianity ideal that you got going on. I mean, it's, bro, come on, stop it. We all got the same God. But I understand your sentiments. It is one of those situations where it is a gift from the one above, or you can argue that it's a gift of regional biasness. Who knows? Who knows? But in all honesty, I really did not think that Jared Gordon lost that fight. Jared Gordon won that fight. But again, like as I was telling you live on stream as it was going on, it really all depends on the judges that are in front of you. That's what it really comes down to. It depends what they think, it depends what they want to do, and it depends how they want to go about it. So, all right. Well, here we go. Oh, Volkan Uzdemir taking on Johnny Walker. This fight card is moving along smoothly right here. So let's wait for their entrance, their intro right now, and we will be covering this fight and all the fights on this card, inshallah. If any further changes comes, of course, I'm going to tell you. But so far, yeah, we're going to cover all the cards. So Yeah, Johnny Walker has really come a long way ever since yeah, his few losses, and he's had obviously he now trains with John Kavanaugh. That sort of creates a different dynamic of positivity in his life, different environment. Obviously, his wife comes from Ireland, so moving there sort of gives him that good family vibe that he needs in order to concentrate. Uh, and overall, it's just a positive environment. That's what a lot of people don't understand, right? When it comes to MMA, it's not just all about, well, if you can train with the best guys in the world or this and that. Hey, you can train with some of the best guys in the world, but guess what? If you don't vibe off well with them, you're not going to get any good results because part of fighting is having great communication with your corner. And if you have great communication with your corner, my God, man, it is absolute sky's the limit for you in terms of your capabilities and what you can do. And not only that, just the full onslaught concentration that you can provide for yourself in order to raise your optimal state of arousal in the moment that you have to perform and compete. So, something to think about. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, as we are covering all the fights tonight, and we're going to go from here. So, all right. University of Maryland commercials. What is this? The X Games. How about this? This has been a staple for ESPN for quite a long time. Is the X Games, and it's great to see that they're still covering this in some kind of capacity. So, all right. So here's a hot take on this particular matter. Right? I'll say this. I think this card, the way that it's brewing, I'm going to say that this is the opener of UFC 303. This is UFC Saudi Arabia 303. That's really the best way. I'm just going to put it. Look, let's just kick off International Fight Week right here, right now, and just call it what it is. This is UFC 303 Saudi Arabia, and the fight that you're going to see next week it is UFC 303 Las Vegas. But this is all part of the International Fight Week. So to me, this is the free version of UFC 303. What do you guys think? Do you agree with that notion? Let me know. Let me know if you agree with that notion. That's how I see it now. We got Johnny Walker and Volkan Ozdemir inside the cage right now. They've probably already entered the cage. but we didn't see it because of the commercial. But here we are. They are now about to be announced, and we are about to kick off our main card fight with Bruce Buffer. Take it away. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Kingdom Arena of Saudi Arabia. In the UFC light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. Volkan Uzdemir. Volkan No Time Uzdemir. They called him that because he used to get knocked out so easily. All right, 21-8. Johnny Walker. Look at the size of this dude, like 6'5". I mean, he's just real tall, brother. Johnny Walker. Here we go. Johnny Walker in the house, into his house. All right, Jason Herzog. Jason Herzog, here we go. Jason Herzog, here we go. All right, round one. Let's go. Battle commences. Here we go. Round one. Volkan Uzdemir looking to get a quick knockout, as he always does. Looking to push back Johnny Walker. Oh, swing. Yeah, you got to watch out for the hands of Volkan Uzdemir. He's got serious power in those hands. He just lets them go and just boom. But yeah, Johnny Walker's coming out with some kicks right now, throwing some kicks in the way of Volkan Uzdemir. Okay, there it is. He's Volkan sort of checks those kicks right there. Boom. Leg kick by Johnny Walker. Little switch stance punch by Johnny Walker. Oh, wow. Now Volkan's throwing some kicks of his own while trying to get some entries into those 1-2 punches as he's walking forward towards Johnny Walker. He's got him backed up. He's got Johnny Walker backed up. Johnny Walker does not want to be in that position. He has to move elusively to get away from this guy. But for whatever reason, he either wants to try to roll with those punches or tries to fight back in those fire exchanges. Oh my God, he goes for a hook and he rocks Johnny Walker. This is what I'm talking about. Johnny Walker needs to stay away from. Now he's got Johnny Walker hurt. Johnny Walker is one punch away from getting knocked out. He's got Johnny Walker attempts a flying knee. He still walks him down. He's just walking him down. Oh, he's out. He's out. Oh my God, he is stiff out cold. He is stiff out cold. He is knocked out cold. Johnny Walker is knocked out cold. Johnny Walker is knocked out cold. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was brutal. That was a brutal, brutal, brutal knockout. Absolutely brutal. And you know what? He didn't need a follow up as well. Just because it was so brutal that, oh my God, that was horrible. That was horrible. First round in no time. Yeah, he was already done from the very beginning. Wow, that was insane. That was insane. Boom. Oh, that extra one is what really took him out right there. That last shot that he threw while he was on the ground is what really put him out right there, what really curled him up. He was already out from the beginning, right? But then man, he just really curled him up from there, man. That was a bad shot. That was a bad, bad shot. Wow. I told you guys eventually there was gonna be a serious knockout that was gonna come in one of these fights, right? As I said, the fight with Volkan Oezdemir and Johnny Walker was susceptible to that, considering the fact that Johnny Walker, I mean, let's just be honest, right? He doesn't really have, the best of all chins. What is this? Oh, Gov X? What is this? Stipe Miocic selling Gov. Okay, I suppose, yeah. All right. Yeah, that's what's up. That's quite classy of Volkan Oezdemir to really just hold off on the celebration before he would go in there and celebrate. Right, he wanted to check on him. Obviously, Johnny Walker's all right, sitting in the stool. Volkan Oezdemir is alone with the referee being announced as a winner. Which again, I got to be honest, man. You got to ask the questions. What kind of camp is Conor McGregor pulling off here? What kind of camp does he have going on? You never know. You boom, hits him with the right hand. He hits him with that hook. After he hits him with that hook, he hits him with that other one. Then that short little uppercut knocked him down, and then he hit him with another uppercut on the ground, which basically rocked his head back into the cage, which made it even look more brutal. More brutal. That looked way more brutal than what it should have. All right. Well, next fight, Magomed Magomedov taking on Turcoil, and then Gastelum and Rodriguez after that. Ooh, we got some good fights. We got some good fights ahead. All right, they're showing UFC 303 right now, but right now, this is the real 303, or at least the beginning of UFC 303, but in UFC Saudi Arabia. How about this? The highlight of Brian T.C. Ortega. That knockout he had against Frankie Edgar. Triangle that he pulls off. That's why they call him T City. How about this? The arm triangle that he pulled off on Yair Rodriguez in his last fight, his return fight. Yeah, if Diego Lopez gets through Brian Ortega on this one, then for sure what you're going to witness is the new generation of 145ers. Obviously, Ortega already had his time. He's already had a championship run, a championship fight. Even Arnold Allen, he had, yes, he had a fight with Max Holloway, but man, he gave a good account of himself. And you never know where the future holds for a lot of these 145ers. How about this? Ian Machado Gary and Michael Venom Page. That's going to be an interesting fight. Anthony Smith now taking on Roman Dolezzi. Now that's going to be an interesting fight. Roman Dolezzi against Anthony Smith. All right, Antonio Trocoli. So Trocoli, get this, he was supposed to fight Ali Askarov, right? And both of them got switched up because Ali Askarov had to take the fight with Robert Whittaker. You imagine what if they just switched up Sharaput Magomedov and put him in there with Whittaker? I mean, but he's too inexperienced. Obviously, Ali Askarov is a little more experienced than that, especially on a UFC level. So yeah. I think that is the reason why they had to do what they did. And look at this, they got a little video package for my man here. Look at the highlights for this dude. Wow. The kicks on him. He's like an absolute Muay Thai specialist, this dude. And look, he can beat you up with elbows on the bottom. And how about this? He throws like these insane vertical and up and down kicks from the ground position. International Fight Week. They're probably going to have a Hall of Fame. Okay, so they will. All right, there it is. They're going to have a Hall of Fame. There's the Jose Aldo Hall of Fame video that they're showing right there, and the little fan interaction they have going on where it looks like you can play matchmaker, put names on certain cards, like make fantasy card matchups. All right. There is the other eBay commercial again. All right, little Manscaped commercial they got going on. I believe Magomedov and Tricoli are probably walking into the cage right now as we speak. Just considering, yeah, that's probably what they have, what they're doing right now with the commercial. Usually, when the commercial is going on, they have the entrances going on, especially for the non pay per view cards. This, by the way, is live, I believe, on what is this? ABC. in the United States. So uh, there's a Dustin Poirier commercial again. There's the Stephen Curry Subway commercial. Yeah, man, let me know what kind of commercials they're showing you in your region if you're not watching it from an ESPN perspective. What is this Steve Harvey show? Steve Harvey, the biggest simp of them all. I mean, like the dude preaches like he's the man or whatever, but man, he's the biggest simp of them all. But whatever. They got selling some NFL gear, sleep number bed. Okay. Hmm. Smart bed, huh? That adjusts your positions. Okay. Yeah, so I assume they're doing the entrances right now, and by the time the commercial break is over, they're probably inside the cage already and be ready to announce. So yeah, I had more people watching in the prelims than I did in the main card. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if maybe because a lot of people thought that the card was uh, a lot earlier than what they may have expected, but who knows? Who knows? Either way, right, there's Robert Whittaker right there. Okay, so they still have not walked out yet. There's Robert Whittaker, and then there's Ekram Aliskerov, combat Sambo world champion, and Kamzat knocked him out. You got to remember, Kamzat doesn't come from a Sambo background, right? He was a wrestler that got into mixed martial arts in Sweden. So remember that. That's a little bit different than a combat Sambo artist that literally grew up doing nothing but mixed martial arts. And again, that's the reason why Kamzat looks like he's a sworn specialist in wrestling. So the crowd looks like it's filling up right now. Okay, so they didn't walk out yet. They really are trying to fill up this time slot, but whatever. Three of the next four fights are in the three of the next four fights. Are you sure? Yeah, because Gastelum and Rodriguez are at 170. Yeah, he may have. Yeah, he may have messed up on that one. It's definitely not three out of the four fights. Yeah, it's he thought probably that Gastelum because he's 185 that it's 185 fight, but in actuality, Kelvin Gastelum went down to 170 to fight Rodriguez for this one, and that one is next. But right now, what's next right now is Magomed versus Tricoli. All right, here we go. Antonio Tricoli. Are they going to do the entrance? No, they're not. Are they going to do okay, they are going to do the entrance. There's John Anik. I'm sorry, not John Anik, John Goodman. Is that John Goodman or whatever his name is? John Gooden. Sorry, John Goodman. That's the actor. This is John Gooden. All right, that's the difference. Wow. So on Wednesday, he was called in just to do this fight on Wednesday. And just like that, they put him on the card. From Wednesday all the way now till Saturday, here he is. 1 o'clock in the morning and then stepped on the scale 8 hours later. That's true. Had every excuse to not make weight, but he was able to do he was able to do it. So a lot of these guys that miss weight, you look at this and you're like thinking, what's your excuse, bro? Look at this, Dustin Poirier doing another commercial with Toyota tires. Shout outs to Dustin Poirier. And there's Forrest Griffin right there, of course. A little commercial with the Hangover guy in Thor singing a Nickelback song. And Nickelback's always the butt end of every joke when it comes to like musical taste. Maybe it's because they're from Canada or something like that. Yeah, shout out to the 500 people that have tapped in with me all day to come watch this fight with me. What is this? The music event of summer country? This is country music. Post Malone. It looks like country looks like it's becoming a lot more urban if you think about it, right? You look at Jelly Gel, whatever his name is. You know, he kind of has the hip hop vibe going on with him. Post Malone is sort of delving into country. Obviously, Everlast, after he got done with House of Pain rapping for them, he got into country or blues, however you want to classify that. And now Beyonce, obviously. So yeah, it's kind of getting a little bit of a urban feel to it, right? And how about this Stanley Cup Finals? The Oilers versus who? I don't know. I don't follow hockey, but good on the Oilers. I know that that was one of the first teams Wayne Gretzky had been on, and well, yeah. Ever since he moved to LA, they didn't really do too good, but now they're back in the title picture, it seems. So, and then the Boston Celtics are in the finals as well, or I think that had been done already. I think they had already won. So, shout outs to the Boston Celtics. home improvement experts. Okay, so this looks like the commercials that are probably coming from the local TV network of yours, or probably the ABC portion of this broadcast in some kind of way. So don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, as we cover these fights that are about to happen. We got about 4 fights left, and that is all there is to it. They should just started the fight right now, but what's going on? And it's a whole lot of waiting going on. Not a very okay. So Fort Lauderdale obviously was the ABC feed for that fight. So here we go. 6'5" at 185 pounds, the tallest middleweight. That is a factor to definitely look at. 12-0, Shara Putin Magomedov. They don't want to put the Putin part in his name for whatever reason. But here we go. Bruce Buffer is announcing their names right now. Antonio. Holy. Here we go. Just showing his elbows and his knees, doing a little Muay Thai warm up. You know what's interesting about this guy? He beat up a dude at a Dagestani ball for kissing his girlfriend in public, which, by the way, is a big no-no in the Islamic world. And then you see all the dudes that are in the front row in the white Galabaya white sheets uh, get up, and they're all in support of this guy for sure. All the Saudis over there, all the billionaires that are sitting in the front row right now, dudes that are probably worth trillions of dollars fighting right now. Magomedov and Tricoli fighting in front of these billionaires. Here we go. He started off with a leg kick, 447, 446, 445 of the first round. Oh, little axe kick right there. And he's getting punched with those clean punches moving forward. Straight punches by Tricoli. Now they're in the clinch position as Tricoli is trying to go for a single leg, blocked by Putin, doing a real good job. Yeah, that's what Tricoli's trying to do right here, right? He wants to slow him down because you give that guy a certain distance of speed and range, he's going to exploit it and hit you from areas that you don't see. Nice. Nice little flying knee from that clinch position right there. Yeah, that is definitely what Tricoli is looking to do here is slow down this fight. Slow down the action because guess what? You don't want Magomedov in your range or in a kickboxing range where he can just throw kicks and get elusive on you. But at the same time, don't you would think that Tricoli can use his 6'5" frame to out jab him, right? There's referee Mark Goddard warning, I think, Tricoli for fence grabbing while he is stuck in a wizard position by Magomed. So he breaks it off based on the warning, and Mark Goddard gives neutral position to Sharaputin Magomedov right now, and boom. Now there's that elusive style that he's throwing right now. Look at the speed on this guy. Fake kicks, dodging in and out, bouncing like a Taekwondo fighter, Good defense right there. Made him miss that kick without even checking it. It was a low kick, by the way, switching stances, roundhouse kicks, and now going for oblique side kicks. Another low kick right there. I feel like Magomedov is setting up for some sort of spinning attack of some sort, right? Whether a spinning attack punch, spinning attack back fist, or maybe even some sort of like spinning back kick. But then he goes for a jab right there because Tricoli sort of closes into distance, which is quite surprising, right? He's the guy that wants to close into distance, and he's the taller guy. Whereas with Magomedov, he wants to fight at range, and yet he's the shorter guy, which is a very interesting dynamic to say the least. With about 133 left, ooh, he got the best of those exchanges as he walked in on a 1-2 on that one. Now Tricoli switches levels. They're back in wizard clinch position. Magomed has a wizard right around Tricoli as he is controlling the other side of his wrist, sort of stuffing the takedowns, using his knees to put on the body of Tricoli as Tricoli is in a dominant clinch position towards the cage. And look at this. I think he is does this count as a takedown on Magomedov? It very well could be. So there is, he's looking for an ankle pick in this position right here. Now he's trying to control his wrist in order to off balance him, and great balance on Sharaputin to get up in this kind of way. Wrist controlling him while keeping that wizard, his left arm wizard, onto the right arm of Tricoli with 30 seconds left. Yeah, that's a good point of DC. Where Sharaputin is at right now is using two levels of defense. But again, just a bit of a stalemate at the end for Tricoli there. Didn't really do much on those clinching positions. What is this commercial? So obviously this is not an ESPN commercial anymore. This is more of a commercial for College Hill for BET. Okay, so I assume that is about a college for people in Atlanta, I believe, or some sort of Southern college of some sort. But yeah. All right. Well, shout outs to the 500 people around the world that have tapped in with me on this particular stream. And we are continuing on as we move on to the second round of this fight. All right, here we go. Round number two. A little side kick by Magomedov, a side kick on the body, and then now on the head. Low kick by Magomedov. Front kick attempt by Tricoli. Not much to it. Now he's trying to experiment on using his range. Perhaps maybe his corner in the middle of the round was telling Tricoli, hey, you know what? You're the taller guy, right? So maybe you should use your range. Whereas with Sharaputin, he's, ooh, vicious leg kicks right there. Which, by the way, is what really makes him vicious is the fact that, hey, you know what? He can throw these types of kicks that can be a real problem for Tricoli in the distance. And now, oh, there it is, the spinning back fist that I had mentioned, right? So if you see somebody throw spinning kicks, watch how they move and turn to the sides, because usually that's where you generate the power You move to the side, you step away, and then as you're spinning into your target, yeah, they are right there as you are in the opposite side of the left or the right that they're at as you're coming in with a spinning back fist. Another low kick by Magomedov. Another one. It just seems like these low kicks are not what Tricoli is truly seeing. He's not seeing it, right? Because of the elusive movement that Magomedov is going up and down with. There is a body kick on his part, side body kick. Okay, he gets rocked on that one. 253, 251, 250 of the second round. And he keeps daring Magomedov to throw those leg kicks at him. Another side kick by Magomedov. Now switches stances. Now he steps in, goes for a combination of punches, and now goes back to the side kick. And this is the reason why Tricoli is not able to fight off range, is based on those side kicks that he's throwing to sort of ward him off and keep him at bay. Now with the punches, obviously, what's smart about what Magomedov is doing right now is that he's not really going jab for jab with Tricoli. He's using the legs as the jab, as a way to keep him at bay. And he's doing a very good job at it, because if he was to exchange jab for jab with Tricoli, who's 6'5", it could be very problematic in terms of the exchanges that's going to not be in his favor. In other words, Tricoli going jab for jab with Magomedov would have given the advantage to Tricoli, but Magomedov is such a high level striker that he recognizes, use the side kicks, keep him at bay, use it as a way of gauging the distance. And as a result, what does Antonio Tricoli do right now? He goes and closes the distance in order to mitigate danger away from himself, based on the fact that Magomedov is the better range fighter, even if he's the shorter fighter. A little blatant grab, fence grab right there, but no warning from Mark Goddard. He was on his way down, and oh, look at that! Yeah, real fence grabbing right there. He definitely was on his way out, but he used the leverage of grabbing onto the fence to prevent himself from being taken down. And look, I think he just rocked Tricoli right now. Tricoli shoots in, and he stuffs it with just about 25 seconds left in the second round of this contest, in the second round. And one more round after this. Boom! Try to throw a knee on the way up from those clinching exchanges. 7 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2. There it is. Third round. Third and final round coming up next. All right. Family Feud. I'm not surprised. Steve Harvey is the one that's hosting Family Feud. Shaquille O'Neal commercializing his upcoming show Lucky 13. All right. A little promo for UFC 303. Here we go. Second round is about to commence for Magomedov and Coley. Here we go. They shake hands. Third and final round. Here we go. Oh, double kick by Magomed and gets a lead hook kick in that one. Body kick and then transitions into a lead hook kick. And now he's going for body kicks. He's looking for a finish in this one. Although I will say, every time I do see people hug it out in the beginning of a round, it kind of makes me worry a little bit, considering that, like, you know what, man, are you really going to go for the finish in this one? I don't know, bro. You know, I don't know how much you're going to go for the finish on this one. So, ooh, little lunging in on that straight punch right there by Magomedov. Another low kick by Magomedov. Yeah, definitely not moving at this point, Tricoli. Huh? He's like a standing punching bag at this point, just based on these leg kicks that Magomedov is connecting on. Ooh, a little hesitant on the part of Antonio. Again, another leg kicks. He needs to check those. He hasn't been able to check those kicks, and unfortunately, another one, another low kick. Ooh, spinning kick right there. Again, this is why they're marketing this guy, because look at all the spinning attacks that this guy can do. DC and them are saying, that, oh, wow, he got the finish right there. Yeah, Fatigue definitely got the best out of Antonio Tricoli there. Let's take a look at the replay on that. Play the replay. Mm, yeah, nice TKO right there. Again, knocks him down right after. Look at this. Boom, 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 and he's out. Great finish. Great finish on that one. All right. So now we got 3 fights left. All right. Shout out to those that have recently subscribed to the channel. Also, shout outs to those that are tapping in. 600 plus people around the world that have been tapping into this live stream. Oh, yeah. Come check it out, guys. And the next one is going to be Rodriguez versus Gastelum, a little Mexican on Mexican fight in Saudi Arabia. Yes, first finish of the UFC being asked by DC. Says Allah Akbar. Yeah, saying all right, we'll be right back. The stream is going on, but yeah, we'll be right back just to what do you call it? Just to cover the rest of the cards. Uh, yeah, stay tuned. We'll be on. All right. Sorry about that, but just to let you know, I'm going to be stepping in and out as the event goes on. Just so you know, I mean, this is the reason why I'm doing a faceless stream is because I wanted to cover this fight at the same time while also doing side work and other things that I need to do. So yeah, bear with me. But thank you for all those that are tapping in and yeah, showing up for this live stream as we are about to go into the third to the last fight of this entire fight card with Gastelum versus Rodriguez and then Pavlovich and Volkov next. I can't wait. I can't wait. All right. After this break, they said that this fight is going to be on. So yeah, I will be right back uh for the beginning of the Rodriguez and Kelvin Gastelum fight. Bear with me, okay? Be right back. And don't forget to like and subscribe as we talk about the best fights that are happening this week because the UFC is on for June 22nd, 2024. And I got to be honest with you, it's International Fight Week, but guess what? International Fight Week starts today. And this is UFC 303 Saudi Arabia because the real UFC 303 is going to be in Vegas next week, but this is the beginning of it. So that's how I classify this particular event. Can't wait. Now we're just waiting on for the card between Rodriguez and Kelvin Gastelum right now. We're just waiting for them to make their entrance. And after that, it's going to be a banger of a co-main event, Pavlovich versus Volkov. Come on. Let's go, man. Let's go. You're talking about real top heavyweights. And then Aliskerov, I am so curious as to see how he's going to do against him. Okay, so that's sort of what I was missing here, right? So earlier, John Anik said something to the effect of, oh, one of the three middleweight fights in his main card. And I'm like thinking, wait a minute. Okay, this was originally supposed to be a 170 fight, but I suppose they just decided to make it a middleweight fight. But here it is. So Kelvin Gastelum now headed into the cage with Daniel Rodriguez. Oh yeah, this fight definitely has a fight of the night potential. But not only does it have a fight of the night potential, it can also lead to a finish with either of them. I mean, there's a shot of Michael Bisping getting knocked out by Kelvin Gastelum, and Michael Bisping is sitting in the front row. So yeah, Daniel Rodriguez, he was really on a hot streak for a minute until he took on Ian Gary. But again, no shame in that, right? I mean, Ian Gary is definitely nothing to play with. You know what I mean? Ian Gary is the man. So at least one of the guys right now at the 170 division. So again, not really a bad loss in hindsight if you think about it, right? But here he is now redeeming himself against a bigger name in Kelvin Gastelum. So as we wait for the fight to start, don't forget to like and subscribe. And we got three more fights to go before the end of this card. And it's been a great one. It's been a great night of fights so far, and even more of a banger coming up with Rodriguez, Gastelum, Pavlovich, Volkov, Mexican on Mexican crime, Russian on Russian crime, and legend versus prospect type of fight in the main event. I can't wait for it. Sorry, we're still waiting on the commercial break here. Man, I really wanted to see their entrances. You know what? I wonder, other than the pay per views, right? I wonder if ESPN can come up with a solution where, let's say, you can have, what do you call it, like a no ad option, sort of like what you have in YouTube when you have YouTube Premium. You can sort of ask for having, let's say, no ads or anything like that, right? So who knows, you know? Uh, that would be nice. That would be nice if they were to offer that kind of option, but unfortunately, you know what? That's not the case, is it? You know, so mm, mm, Bobby Knuckles, my man, good game boys here says Bobby Knuckles cooking Ikram. You know what? So I'll tell you what I said in my prediction. Good games, boys. I'll say it like this, right? I think that uh, there's going to be a lot of grappling exchanges that are going to happen in this fight. And as a result of that, I think that the striking is really going to be effective or ineffective for both men. And let me explain to you what I mean by that. When you have heavy grappling exchanges going on, your lactic acid starts building up. And not only that, it really tests your anaerobic ability. So I think the striking in the later rounds between Ikram and Bobby Knuckles is going to look really sloppy. But at that point, you got to ask yourself who's going to get the better of those exchanges once those striking exchanges get sloppy. Uh, I may have to give that to Robert Whittaker, but at the same time, I also don't see them finishing each other. So also expect a screw job if the fight gets really close between Aliskerov and Whittaker for the same similar way that you saw Jared Gordon get screwed tonight. Now, look, man, I'm a Muslim mixed martial arts page. You would think that I would root for Nasrat, and I do, but I'm going to call it down the middle and just say, hey, you know what? Jared Gordon won that fight, and unfortunately, that's not how it went down. But hey, you know what? It is what it is. So here we go. All right, here we go. Kelvin Gastelum has now been announced. Rodriguez has been announced. Rich Mitchell is the referee for this fight, and they are about to commence in the center of the octagon. San Gabriel Valley, California. Shout outs to him. How about this, right? A lot of Mexicans in LA are feeling like they've been left out by the concert for uh, Kendrick Lamar to celebrate the West Coast, right? And you know, you can't have West Coast without black and brown pride with it, right? So, you know, they felt a little left out. So check out my man, Red Supreme TV. He's going to have a YouTube show later on discussing that. Meanwhile, Daniel Rodriguez and Kelvin Gastelum are going full force on each other right now. 222, 422, 420 of the first round, locked in a clinch position with Gastelum and Rodriguez. Oh, little jab exchange there by Gastelum and Daniel Rodriguez. 1-2 shot. Ooh, little ankle. Okay, he caught his foot there after a kick attempt. Kelvin Gastelum's boxing has always been amazing, right? But Daniel Rodriguez has some good hands too, so for sure he's going to want to try to test himself here. But when it comes to wrestling exchanges, I can really see Daniel Rodriguez fall into some serious problems as time goes on with the wrestling exchanges. So we'll see. Obviously, I think that Kelvin Gastelum is superior on wrestling on paper, but the boxing right now, I mean, it's just been crisp as just, classic Kelvin Gastelum style as we've always known him to be. The straight jabs that he lunges at you with was just straight arrow type of straightness to it. Now halfway into the round, 230. Ooh, overhand right, which makes Kelvin Gastelum really dangerous in those types of exchanges. Now with a low kick by Kelvin Gastelum. 1-2 attempt by Kelvin Gastelum. No luck. There's Daniel Rodriguez throwing some punches of his own, establishing some jabs of his own as well, low kicks, just exchanging, mirroring each other with jabs and low kicks. Rodriguez goes for the body. Oh, what is this? Now they're going at it. They're letting it all go right now. Just very few kicks, but mostly just punches here. Nothing high or anything like that. A few attempts, but not too much. Low kick right there by Gastelum. Rodriguez with some good body work there. 103, 102, 101 of the first round. Ooh, there's a nice hook by Rodriguez right there. So he's really surprising Kelvin Gastelum with the boxing exchanges. Yeah, for real. He definitely has a brick for a head. It's not easy to put him out, but we'll see. I'll tell you what, I'll call it right now, live as it's happening. Uh, I don't see a finish. Two guys have too much of a good chin, but I tell you what, if you see a finish out of this, it'll be shocking. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe he finished him. It'll be like that. But the way that they're throwing straight punches at each other, the way that they both have a chin. Oh, look at this. They're just going back and forth at it. Look at this. Last 5 seconds. There we go. Nice shot by Kelvin Gastelum at the end of that. All right. Looks like they're not going to show any corner shots. What did my man Kevin here say? Kelvin Gastelum got him easy. Kelvin Gastelum got it easy. Do you mean that it's an easy matchup, or easy matchup on paper, or is it becoming easier right now? Let me know what you mean by that. Good game, boys, and thank you for the comments, likes, subscribes, and everyone around the world tapping in. Let's see how many people have already been on this show so far because you know what? I celebrate all the small victories and whatnot. And yes, it's a small victory, but big to me nonetheless. So far, we got 538 people around the world tapping in with me at some point of this fight. So, man, keep it coming, guys. Keep it coming. And shout outs to Good Game Boys. All right. Round number 2. Here we go. Kelvin Gastelum versus Rodriguez, round number two. After this, the co-main event, and then the main event of the evening. Yeah, both seem like they're content in the boxing exchanges of this fight. Kelvin Gastelum parrying those punches straight towards him. Low kick by Kelvin Gastelum. Oh, little good head movement by Kelvin Gastelum. They're really showing those boxing skills on the defensive level, not just on the offensive level. Yeah, usually when someone shakes their head after they get cracked, it's just out of bravado to sort of tell you, like, that wasn't nothing. You didn't really hurt me. And with good reason. The reason why is because they want to make you feel like you didn't do enough. And eventually it'll tire you out if you feel like you didn't. And yeah, Daniel Rodriguez had some good exchanges there. But then as Kelvin Gastelum is moving forward, he's sort of realizing, like, man, you know what? I can't finish this Kelvin Gastelum guy. And then at some point, if he starts turning up the volume, Kelvin Gastelum, then you're going to feel like you're in a drowned position. So you feel like you can't finish him, and then he keeps coming back at you. So it's quite interesting. Again, just constant forward motion of Kelvin Gastelum. It's like as if he knows that he is the more powerful striker of the two. Yeah, a little bit of a shifting to the side of Daniel Rodriguez, but obviously Kelvin Gastelum is going to do what Kelvin Gastelum does. There it is. Like I said before, the wrestling exchanges is what is going to make the difference in this fight. Now, on the striking aspect of things, it looks like Daniel Rodriguez and Kelvin Gastelum may be equal in that sense, especially with what you just saw. Never mind what's on paper. He sort of gave a good account of himself in the boxing exchanges. But when it came to the wrestling, Kelvin Gastelum is showing why he's the better wrestler here. Now 205, 204 left into the second round. Less than 2 minutes left in the second round. Double jab by Kelvin Gastelum. Body. Nice body shot by Kelvin Gastelum. Swinging body hooks. Nice combinations by Daniel Rodriguez. I told you, yeah, he can match boxing with Kelvin Gastelum. But the minute Kelvin Gastelum takes him down, I mean, Kelvin Gastelum is scoring points based on those takedowns. But obviously, if you get up in time, I don't know how much that's really worth it or how the judges are going to see that. But here we are now, constant jabs by Kelvin Gastelum. We got about approximately 6 minutes left into this whole entire contest. So they both have 6 minutes to really come off with an impressive finish. But look at that. Nice hook by Kelvin Gastelum on that one. Double jab by Kelvin Gastelum from the unorthodox position. Yeah, Gastelum definitely has an approach where he's trying to swing for the fences here. Boy, this would be a real big win for Daniel Rodriguez if he was to pull off a win against Kelvin Gastelum. But he really has to find an opening. And the sad part is, I don't think that opening comes from a ground and pound position because he needs to be able to take him down, by the very least, knock him down, and maybe take an advantage of his weakened position. So there it is, another double leg takedown. What is that? End of the second round. Just by the end of that round right there. All right. Shout outs to everybody that's tapping in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Please, please don't make me beg you by liking and subscribing. I don't need to beg you, but hey, you know what? It helps. Be nice, be kind, okay? Because I'm trying to get somewhere with this YouTube thing and I need your help. I can't do this without you. Remember, this is a community that you can build with me if you do the right thing and give me a like and subscribe. So, third and final round. As we enter the third round, the third and final round of this fight. Here we go. Oh, nice shot by Kelvin Gastelum. Sort of rocks his head back on that one. Nice leg kicks by Kelvin Gastelum there as instructed by his corner. Like I said from the beginning of this fight, when this fight started, I said I see this going to a distance. These two guys just have solid rock hard chins. Obviously, Ian Gary was able to finish Daniel Rodriguez, but it kind of shows Ian Gary is in a different special league of his own. But here, Kelvin Gastelum showed why he is the veteran fighter and why he's been at some of the greatest wars in mixed martial arts history, in particular in the Israel Adesanya fight. Daniel Rodriguez is a great fighter, great striker, but man, Kelvin Gastelum has already been in there with some of the best strikers, and this is what you get. How about that? Funny stat, huh? He hasn't landed a takedown since 2021. And right now, he's landed at least two takedowns or three takedowns in this fight, and looks like he's on his way to cruise into victory in the next 3 minutes. Daniel Cormier said that Daniel Rodriguez barely threw any kicks. I think he threw some kicks, but very limited kicks. He threw it earlier, but after the second and third round, he just wanted to exchange boxing uh, ranges with Kelvin Gastelum. Another takedown by Kelvin Gastelum right there. There's another takedown by Kelvin Gastelum. How about that? Yeah, so now he's in a side control position, and it looks like he's going to ride out the rest of this fight right here. Just what my boy, Good Game Boys, said right here, right? Kelvin got it easy. He did. It was easy work, man. Rodriguez didn't offer any threats in the kicks, barely threw any, as Daniel Cormier had referenced. Tried to exchange boxing exchanges with Kelvin Gastelum. He did great. He did great in that department, but you got to do a little bit more than that, which is why he needed to throw those kicks. He needed to exchange takedowns with Kelvin Gastelum. None of that is going on. Now Kelvin Gastelum is looking for a mount position, but instead settles for a full full guard position instead. Now he's got him in side control. All right, ground and pound by Kelvin Gastelum here. All right, full guard position. 10, 9, 8. Yeah. Kelvin Gastelum got an easy win on this one. This was an easy win. Easy work for Kelvin Gastelum. All right, guys, stay tuned. Sorry about that. Just had to do a little intermission in between the fights, but stay tuned. I will be right back for the Pavlovich and the Volkov fight. So stay tuned, like and subscribe as we cover the rest of these fights in the remainder of this particular card, inshallah. So just stay put, okay? I'll be right back for the co-main event. All right, so we're back. We're now just waiting for Pavlovich to set into the cage against Volkov. Russian on Russian crime. I've always wondered what this match would look like, right? Obviously, these are two scary Russian dudes that never really faced each other yet until now. So it'll be really interesting to see how this fight plays out. Here we go. Real excited for this one right here. All right. Shout outs to all the people that are tapping in right now. We had about 600 people worldwide tapping in with me today. So please don't forget to like and subscribe. Show your boys some support. And we will cover these fights as we are witnessing them live right now. He said that his skills are better than Pavlovich. Oh, he was his training partner. How about that? So they were training partners. So he sort of knows and understands what type of person he's dealing with here. Yeah, he definitely is one of the most terrifying guys in that division. But that was until Tom Aspinall stepped in there and showed a bit of his human side and what have you. All right, guys. Shout out to everyone tapping in from around the world. Please like and subscribe and let everybody know about this stream because I'm going to tell you reasons why you should subscribe to my channel. For one, not only do I give you an MMA perspective, I do it from a geopolitical point of view, a current events point of view, a street and hip hop point of view, a California regional point of view, any type of interest that you have when it comes to those particular subjects that I just mentioned, I guarantee you, you're going to love this channel. So that's why you got to like and subscribe to your boy right now as we go into the co-main event between these two monsters that are about to clash right now, two Russian monsters and what have you. All right, here we go. So they're on a commercial break right now, and we will be right back when this fight is about to commence. All right, stay tuned. All right. Still none, still no action, huh? Still on event break. I guess. Yeah. I mean, they're still probably walking into the cage right now. Man, they should have showed that. It's the co-main event. I would imagine that they're going to show the entrance to Whittaker and Aliskerov, but we'll see. All right, here we go. All right, co-main event of the evening. Let's go. Got about 600 people that tapped in with me today on this live stream. Let's keep it up. All right, Moscow, Russia. There's Turkey El-Sheikh right there throwing some punches in the air. All right, here we go. Pavlovich being announced. All right. Now the announcement has commenced now. We are on to the co-main event of the evening. Let's do this. All right, Russian on Russian crime in the co-main event of the evening. Let's go. Low kick by Volkov. There we go. Volkov really using his length here against Pavlovich. Just really sort of fighting very tall, but also looking like he's ready to switch levels at the same time. And the way that Pavlovich is standing, it's sort of in the same stance where he's just ready to throw bombs at Volkov. A little oblique kick by Volkov there. Even though the commercials, oh, nice body kick there by Volkov. Even though the commercials were quite long in between, I got to say the pacing on this card is pretty good, at least for the standard of a fight night. Obviously, with a pay per view, you're not going to get that, right? Because they have to fill up all the time that they have. Well, at least on the TV slot of side of things, not so much in a pay per view. I think they just really have a free for all when it comes to the pay per views. But who knows? You never know, right? Um, so good pacing of the card so far. And speaking of pace, obviously these two guys are fighting at a very heavyweight level right now. So Volkov measuring some shots here, really using his length with the kicking range. Really good range when it comes to the kicking aspect of his game right now. Yeah, John Anik says that he's mindful of the consequences. Definitely is. I mean, Pavlovich can really take your lights out in a blink of an eye. He could really do that to you, take you out just like that in a blink of an eye. So you got to be very careful of how he approaches you. So here we go. Ooh, from an unorthodox position on Volkov's part. Oh, what is that? Okay, there's a bit of an off balance there. Oh wow, yeah. Pavlovich is already bleeding from the nose right now from based off of the jabs that Volkov is throwing at him. Nice long range attempt by Volkov here. He's really keeping him at bay just with these jabs and just these straight punches and kicks alone. And look at that front kick right there, front kick, and then down to the low kick. There goes that ESPN music again. Yeah, I really wish they would just not have the commercial because look, right now you look at the ESPN Plus channel right now, right? They don't even have an a real commercial other than just like this uh video screen that says event break and then showing highlights of different sports figures and different sports actions across ESPN. And I'm thinking like, man, you know what? Why don't you just have a corner cam or at least film the corner in between the rounds and say, well, this corner cam is brought to you by, I don't know, Jiffy Lube or Monarchy or whatever Auto Riley parts or whoever their sponsors is, Toyo Tires or something like that. But it's an important part of fighting, though. Like when you're watching it, but also knowing what the corner is talking about. At least for the analysts like myself in the game. But here we go, round two of this Volkov versus Pavlovich fight. Here we go, round two. Yeah, wow. So not too many of these second rounds for Pavlovich, huh? Now just imagine if well, if this ends in a decision, more than likely, that's a great chance that that could happen. Really, body kick by Volkov right there. Seeing he doesn't even really need to move that much. He just needs to move back a little bit further, really just show his height over towering Pavlovich, and he can hit him from different directions off of these kicks using that 6'7" frame. Mm. Nice head kick right there by Pavlovich. I don't normally see him throw kicks, but this is one of those instances where he's like, I got this tall guy in front of me using his range. I got to try something different. Very similar to Sharaputin earlier, right? You look at how he dealt with a taller guy like that at 6'5". How did he do it? He uses kicks. It's what Pavlovich needs to do more of as this fight goes on right now. 308, 307, 306, 305 of the second round. Daniel Cormier's complained that a lot of these wrestlers don't wrestle. Well, look at Pavlovich, right? Don't you think he should at least try and attempt that, considering that he's getting outstruck on the range? And speaking of DC, think about this, right? How skilled is DC still? Could you imagine if DC fought one of these heavyweights right now? Do you imagine what he would be doing to the slow pace that Volkov is putting on right now and the lack of wrestling awareness that Pavlovich has? Lack of wrestling awareness both in defense and in offense. However, not really so much on the defense because Volkov is not challenging him on that aspect. So less than 3 minutes now, 205, 203, 202 of the second round. Yeah, those lead leg kicks have really been doing dividends for Volkov on Pavlovich. It's really affecting the way that he's moving his feet about. So 139, 136, 135 of the second round. Yeah, this is definitely how Volkov should be fighting long when he's fighting shorter opponents. I mean, he's 6'7". Everybody's shorter than him, but realistically, this is the type of style of striking that he should do. I think he just hurt him right there. But again, heavyweight division, any of these guys can get hurt at any moment in time with just about 1 minute left into the second round. What was that? Little hammer fist from the top. What was that? All right, 20 seconds left into this second round. All right, and that it concludes the second round. On to the third and final round. All right, third and final round. Here we go. All right, here we go. Third round, third and final round. Yeah, there needs to be a sense of urgency for Pavlovich in this third round because if you're scoring it in the most objective way possible, I think that you can give all these rounds uh, to Volkov right now. So I'm wondering how much of the maintenance in the range is going to be done by Volkov here, right? I presume that that's what he's going to do. It's been very comfortable for him to fight in that kind of matter. Yeah, and that's a good point that DC has made, right? He hasn't seen many third rounds, so I could only assume that that's going to be uh, really more of an advantage for Volkov here with just less than 4 minutes left into this fight. We got 13-15, 13-14 of the third and final round of this contest. There it is. Now, Pavlovich with his own hard shots. Nice straight shot by Volkov there. Yeah, just real good accuracy of Volkov. I mean, you got to hand it to him in the accuracy that he's throwing right now. I mean, using his height to his great advantage. Really, the jab has been the serious problems that Volkov has been given Pavlovich right now. And look at the face. Look at the face right now. It's really bloodied up. Now Pavlovich on a clinch position, pushing Volkov towards the fence. All right, final 30 seconds of this fight. Let's do it. Let's see where this goes. Obviously, this is not going to go to a finish. This is all in Volkov's favor, and this last 10 seconds is going to show that unless Pavlovich really gets an opening of some sort to get this done, but it looks like it's not. It is a done deal fight. That is over. This is a win for Volkov right here easily. We'll be right back. All right, we're just now awaiting the decision between Pavlovich and uh, Volkov, which, by the way, was just in the favor of Volkov the entire fight. So let's see. Let's find out. All right, here we go. The official decision is about to begin, and obviously, this is a win for both, an easy win for Volkov. And next fight is the main event coming up next. All right, so we are now close to the main event of the evening. So, as we are awaiting the main event of the evening, I'm going to just say this about Volkov, right? So now he just beat the number three guy in the world. Obviously, a guy with a way more impressive record than him, right? Uh, but it shows you that records don't really mean anything. Hey, it doesn't mean anything. It just means that you haven't faced the right guy yet, or haven't really faced the guy that was in the proper rankings at the time that you needed to face, or just not the right matchup for you to develop. And somewhere along the lines, you had all these built in experiences with top level guys who were in a different prime level than when you fought them. And as a result, you come in here with a monster like Pavlovich. I don't know, but maybe a part of that is just showing that Pavlovich is human after all. But nonetheless, we got the main event ready and popping right here. We're going to watch the entrance. We're going to see how it goes. And we will be right back after we take a look at the promotional cold opening of this contest, and also the previews and the entrances. We will be right back. Stay tuned for the main event. All right, we're back. Here we go. Now we are awaiting the announcement of Bruce Buffer, main event of the evening. Let's go. Now here we go. For those in attendance around the world, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, 5 rounds. Let's see if this even goes 5 rounds, guys. I have a feeling it won't, but you never know. All right, here we go. Robert Whittaker, straight out of Sydney, Australia, now fighting in the historic Saudi Arabia card, headlining it. Was supposed to be with Kamzat, but you know what? It is what it is. Hopefully, hopefully Kamzat is all right and he'll get through this. But for now, the attention of the MMA world right now belongs to Robert Whittaker and Ali Askarov. It's just what it is. Here we go. All right, here we go. Round one. There's Turkey El Sheikh in the background. Robert Whittaker. All right. So far, just a bit of a feeling out process, as they say. Now, a feeling out process is more of a boxing term, isn't it? But the way that I see it in MMA, there really isn't a feeling out process and what have you. What you have is, I guess, just range fighting, which I guess you sort of do in boxing. But then once the knees get involved, and then once you have that leg kick that Robert Whittaker just threw right now, you're sort of in this position where, you know what, you're going bone on bone, elbow to elbow, knee to knee, joint to joint. And if you get taken down on the ground, I mean, yeah, it's a completely different dynamic. So I don't know if the word feeling out process really is indicative of MMA in any kind of capacity. But nonetheless, there is no more feeling out process right now. It looks like the low kicks were felt by Ali Askarov, and now he's throwing them too against Robert Whittaker. They sort of know what each other is feeling right now. So because they know that those kicks are prevalent and they are there, they're going to try to work around that right now. See, oh my God, Robert Whittaker just rocked Ali Askarov right now. And this is what I mean. You know, sometimes you can get a little bit sloppy. Oh man, that's it. It's over. It is over. It is over. Robert Whittaker just got a first round knockout against Aliskerov. Wow. There it is. Snapped his a 7-fight win streak. Ends in round one, and that's all that she wrote, folks. That is all that she wrote. Wow. Well, guys, I suppose I could try to run up this stream to 5 more hours. No, I'm sorry, not 5 hours, in the 5-hour mark. Right now, we're at the 4 minutes and 47 seconds of this particular stream. So I guess I could run it, talk about this particular fight, and I guess kind of tell you that there's just levels to this, right? Obviously, Robert Whittaker's level is a little bit different. He doesn't belong in this level yet. And again, he was the only guy that was available at the current moment of time. And he filled in that spot. He said, hey, you know what? I'll just hop right in. No problem. I'll hop right in. But it came with some consequences, unfortunately. And the consequences was this. Yeah, definitely Robert Whittaker has shown that, you know what, there's only a few guys in the middleweight division that can beat me, and you have to be championship caliber. And this was the literal measuring stick of it all. What did we find out? Well, he's not championship level. Ali Askarov. Now, can he be top 10? Can he be top 15? Sure. Sure. He's there. He's right up there. He can do that. But to be at a championship level, Robert Whittaker showed the difference. He showed the difference in terms of what he had learned being knocked out and slept by the likes of Izzy and with Dricus Duplessis, who is the current 185 undisputed champion of the world right now. And that was it. Those are the only people that beat him. Now, there have been other people that have beaten him in the past, like Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. But once again, going back to what we said about Volkov earlier, records don't really matter. It's about your experience and what you do with it and the caliber of that experience and how you can get through the adversity of the next fight. Meaning that just because this particular fighter may not look good in this fight, it does not mean that he's not going to be able to come and perform on the next fight. So always remember that. So 1 minute and 49 seconds of the first round for Robert Whittaker. Knockout by Robert Whittaker. All right, so now Daniel Cormier is asking Robert Whittaker some questions. There it is. So that's the key word right there that I was telling you guys is that Robert Whittaker is saying that he was going to lean towards his experience. And that's exactly what had happened in terms of how he was going to manage this fight against Ali Askarov. He knew that Ali Askarov had some holes in his game, right? Just like how Kamzat had knocked out Ali Askarov in the regional scenes, Robert Whittaker was like, you know what? This right here, I can try to exploit this. And guess what? He did. He exploited it. And it was a great opening on his part. Not only that, man, give credit. Give credit to Ali Askarov, though. You got to understand how difficult this fight was in terms of coming in at short notice, switching opponents, switching regions, because he was originally supposed to fight in the United States, right? The United States was where he was supposed to fight. Now, all of a sudden, you change all of that and fly him over to Saudi Arabia to fight the one of the best middleweights of all time in Saudi Arabia on a card that is the opener for their Riyadh season. Now, you want to talk about pressure. That's a lot of pressure for that young man to have experienced all that. Look at that. He had a 1-2, and then he threw a head kick. As soon as he hit him with that head kick, he had him rock back, and then he hit him with an uppercut as he was circling right around. And there it was. Yeah, Aliskerov was already hurt in that round, according to him. I'm going to show you guys a little bit of some exclusive on audio that I'm going to drop on video later today. It's regarding Kamzat. I wanted to wait for about a couple of days before. Okay, let me give you guys an example. What if had his own Universal Studios biography and movies, sort of like what you saw with the Tupac film, the Biggie film, your own biography. You got that in John Lennon, I believe, with some other artists. Very famous people get these, right? Especially sports superstars. Not all the time. I haven't really seen a Michael Jordan one other than his Jam, which is loosely based on his life. But here's what I wanted to say about competition line, right? I'm quite concerned about his particular. Oh, hold on a second. There it is. Sorry about that. I got to tell you, it's not going to be guaranteed that he's going to come back. And if he does, it's not going to be a guarantee he's going to come back strong or match fit or maybe even the way that he used to be, or at least where we thought his prime was going to be. Now, I got to tell you, the reason why I started with the whole Universal movie intro or whatever is because I wanted to sort of tell you that what is going to happen with his career and where is it going to be over and how is it going to start and where is it going to go. When it comes to Chimaev, right now there's a lot of unknowns going on because the typical movies that you see where there is a plot and a twist and the hero being able to overcome the odds, sometimes that doesn't happen in real life. You see, in real life, unfortunately, a lot of heroes pass away. A lot of heroes don't make it. A lot of heroes don't get those people out of that burning building in time. And that is the horrific, tragic end of reality in many of these real life heroes. And that's literally what you could probably witness out of Khamzat Chimaev. He was on his potential to becoming one of the best in the world. All he had to do was get a title. Right now, he is treated as if he is the champion. The millions upon millions of followers that he has on social media, the backing that he has from the Russian government, and in particular Ramzan Kadyrov. On top of that, his support from the hardcore mixed martial arts community. I got to tell you, there's a lot to be expected out of this guy. And now he's out, which, by the way, is now being replaced by the guy that knocked him out. And that right there, in and of itself, is a very ironic story for its own unique story and set of drama or set of daily soap opera that you can make out of that whole entire fiasco. And again, the UFC as a machine wins because as that machine goes, one piece is missing, they can bring in another missing piece. All right. So if you want to hear the continuation of that, just check out the video that I'm about to drop today regarding this matter. So yes, it's a video that the audio that I just played to you right now is a video that I'm going to release. You're going to see my face in it. And yes, I talk about Khamzat and why not every fighter's historical rise is a movie. Sometimes the reality is harsher than what the movies portray to be, is basically the full synopsis of what I wanted to say. So with that in mind, obviously right now they are showing Alex Pereira knocking down Jamal Hill, which is a preview for his upcoming fight next week, Jiri versus Alex Pereira in UFC 303 Las Vegas. By the way, what did I consider this card tonight? UFC Saudi Arabia. I considered it UFC Saudi Arabia 303 or UFC 303 Saudi Arabia, whereas this Jiri versus Alex Pereira card is a UFC 303 Vegas. So that's what I look at this event as. It's International Fight Week. And the beginning of International Fight Week starts now. It starts now with the end of this event. So this is all part of International Fight Week. Think about why they call it International Fight Week, because it encompasses every international aspect of mixed martial arts, including this historic Saudi Arabian event tonight. I will see you guys at UFC 303, inshallah, and I will see you guys in the next content to come. And that has been officially 5 hours of live streaming of this event. Thank you.